Okay, we're live, bro.
All right, another day, another dollar. Day 2 of building a SaaS live.
Yep.
Ah,
Wait a second to check
yeah,
if
check everything's going good. I
if
must
it's
start
okay.
the streams as well.
Yep, we're okay. Just to see if there is a sound. Yep, everything's okay. Ready to attack. Okay, welcome, guys. So we have made a breakdown of why we're doing these live streams. So I'm gonna give the send to Val, and he's going to explain you everything about this breakdown.
Yeah, so yesterday we realized that we just started coding and just started doing things. We didn't really explain much. And when we spoke off stream, we were like, maybe we should tell the people what we're actually doing. So here on day 2, we're actually going to run you down through our full process of building the SaaS. And because there isn't that many viewers for the time being, we're probably going to share it on Twitter/X. Um, and then there you guys could follow our story along. But let's just get started with the breakdown. So what are we doing? We're building a SaaS. We're doing it live from scratch, documenting everything about it, the decision making, um, and even after this whole explanation of the breakdown, we'll just do a little rundown of the things we already did before yesterday's stream, to kind of give you guys an idea of what we have done off stream and what we haven't. But I promise you, you haven't really missed out a lot. So we're doing it all live. It's all being documented. Um, you kind of get the real experience of what it takes to build a SaaS from someone that is completely new to it, which is me. And then Alex, he already has a SaaS going. He's a co-founder of Notifier. I should have a link somewhere here. Okay, there you go. Let me just. Oh, you guys don't see my screen. I'll just send it to Alex and then he can open it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the description, so don't
There
worry.
you go. Yeah, you guys could get it there. But yeah, he was able to build this in the last few months with some of his friends, and he was able to learn a lot from that whole experience. So, what's the purpose of the SaaS we're building? Um, well, it kind of nicely fits again with Alex's story. Once he built his first SaaS, he realized there's something missing or something he would want, but it's not on the market. So he thought it would be a great idea to actually build it. So essentially, it will be a SaaS which tracks your profits, not just your projects. So smart finance, everything from your transactions of incomes and expenses to storing your invoices. Essentially, it's like your pre-accountant software. Um, and we have a future functionality of um, being able to extract the expenses of one's project through from their Gmail. We haven't really thought of the integration of that, so we probably won't be showing it live in the next few days. But I think maybe we'll be able to do that later down the line, because every feature we build could be live, or every new feature we add could be live. Um, but we'll think about that more. The core features of the actual app are going to be again storing and creating invoices. The creating of the invoices will be down the line, but we'll make sure that's included as well. Um, you get dashboard, which will be per project, showing the performance of each of your projects as a SaaS developer or a SaaS owner, as well as a main dashboard, which will kind of show the performances of all of your SaaSes put together. So kind of give you a breakdown of how you're really doing for the month, for the year. You guys get the chance to kind of look throughout whatever specific time period you're looking for. There'll be some analytics with some statistics, which are always useful. And of course, we have the Stripe integration, which will literally pull all of your income, and then be able to display on your dashboards and just keep a track of that as well. There will be more features, of course, but we thought that this is like a sizable amount of features that we could include in a live stream, and kind of get people started off. So who is it for? The SaaS founders, freelancers, juggling multiple client projects, indie hackers, digital creators. It's essentially from a SaaS owner for the SaaS owners. And if we go down through then the storyline, again, Alex realized that there's a gap in the market and he would need an app just like this. So he decided to build it. And that's how the idea behind it came along. And then he always knew, I always expressed to him that I've always wanted to get better at coding and maybe one day be able to build a SaaS myself, because he's been such a big inspiration to me that, you know, I was like, I would want to do this one myself one day. So then he saw this is an opportunity to help me achieve my goal as well as make his life easier as a SaaS owner, and allow himself to track his projects a bit easier. Um, and then we had a little chat. We spoke about how probably I'm not the only one that wants to get better at coding, and also not the only one that wants to build a SaaS. So us building this live is essentially a breakdown to other me's that want to learn. And of course, the main point of this whole thing is that we want to help people, and just in general, that are in our sphere, or industry. So yeah, that's the breakdown. That's why we're doing it. Um, yeah, this will probably be on Twitter as well /X. So feel free to look at it whenever you have more time. We'll probably have some more information there as well. But yeah, that's just the breakdown of everything, really.
You covered very well, so I don't
Yeah.
have anything to add. I just want to repeat your last words. So if you guys have decided to help you as well. So if you have any questions or struggling about building your SaaS, just let us know in the comments and we will try to help you as much as we can. And also, we can text us in X as well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna show you what we've built already, so you can give you a quick introduction if you weren't in our like in day one live. So that's just the homepage that we've built. So we have explained all of our libraries, how it works, Next.js, Supabase, Quark. We have created our development environments, databases for authentication, Stripe accounts, and then we have started to make these integrations in our code. So basically, we've added a homepage where you guys can directly download from our template. I'm gonna put it in the chat as well because
Oh yeah.
oh, it's already, I believe it's in the chat. So it's in the description of the live. So you can get it from there. Feel free to use it. There is a homepage like this, so you can just plug in and play, and everything will be there for you. So then we have integrated our Quark authentication. So basically, we allow our users to sign in, and then once they sign in, we've made our onboarding flow. So basically, there is a way you can create a project. So this will be the first step of a user when signing in our application. So once you create an application, a project, you guys can connect your Stripe account so you can get all of your transactions, create webhooks so you can manage your Stripe future payments, refunds, and all this stuff. And then once you guys connect your Stripe, you're gonna be redirected to our dashboard, which is like a place where you can see all of your transactions, all of your invoices, profits, expenses, and all this stuff. So basically that we've covered yesterday. So if you guys are interested, just go on my YouTube channel and just watch the 9-hour live stream from yesterday. So yeah, today we will try to finish the Stripe integration. So to polish it, to make it working like for every single transaction. And then we're gonna edit these sidebars to include our pages. We're gonna try to make a functionality from here to create a new project. And then we will try to add all of our transactions in a specific table so you can filter it and be able to see all of your transactions. So that's why we plan to cover today. So let's just jump into the code. So yesterday, oh, this is, so I'm gonna open the webhooks where we get all the transactions. So basically, we have to finish all this code. So now what I'm thinking about is once we get their token, we have to save their user ID because in future when we want to get their future payments, we have to know from which user the payment is coming from. So I believe we can make a new table in our database, which will be Stripe connections, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe we can add an ID as a primary key. We can add user ID, which will be like a reference to the users table.
Mm-hmm.
We can add the Stripe user ID, which is coming from Stripe, and we can add probably project ID because that's gonna be per project. So we have to know which is the project of this guy who is connected his Stripe account. So I'm seeing a pattern that we use project ID in user ID a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that we can make a new table which will be users projects like many to many and just an ID as a primary key, user ID and a project ID. So you can make a unique constraint so you can have a same project for the same user like twice, and then just in like the other tables we can just add a user project ID,
Mm-hmm.
and this will be a reference to this table, and we can know who the user is and who and what is the project for.
Okay.
Yeah, so I believe that's a good, or we can continue in this way, and if we see that's a problem, we can just extract it and
The only thing I'm thinking, but it should be fine because one user could have many projects. It's just they have to be unique.
yeah, this ID has to be unique.
But also the project ID connected to the user ID.
Yeah, this can be handled here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can remove this one, and this will be like a unique constraint. It will be easier for us.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do that. really quick. So yeah, we can create a new migration. If you want, I can make this migration, and then you can make this type connection migration, because it will be like we will need these things only for now. So once we get the token, we can create an insert request here. That's gonna be like inserting our Supabase, and then just making a Stripe connection. Okay. So I'm gonna create a new migration to our database. That's gonna be create users projects table. So in this table, we're gonna just copy a script from our previous table. So we're gonna create a users project table. So it's gonna be users projects. So they are gonna be ID, which is a unique, because this is gonna be primary key. So then it's gonna be unique. Yeah, if it's primary key, then I'm gonna make the same. So then we're gonna add a user ID, which will be text, and it will be a foreign key that's gonna reference the code, that's gonna reference users, and the column is actually a user ID. So then after that, we have to put our project ID, which will be again UUID, not no foreign key, and then projects, and then just an ID. I'm just thinking something else. We already have projects where there is an ID and user ID. So then we can just use this table. Like instead of making users projects, we can add only project ID here. And we will know who the user is, because we have a user ID inside the project. So basically we won't need this unnecessary table, because that's gonna be per project. And if we want to get the user ID, we just can get the project by ID, and we can get the user ID column. Yeah. So if you would like, you can make a table like this with the ID, a project ID, which will be a reference to projects, and then a Stripe user ID, which will be directly from the token.
Okay.
Yeah. So while we are doing this thing, I'm gonna check how we can get all of the transactions from start of the year.
Okay.
So basically I have to open the Stripe documentation, so stripe.charges.list, and we can get all of the transactions from start of the year, because we would like to cover the whole year financially. So basically there is a starting after parameter, which will be, there is a limit, the default is 10. So probably we have to make requests until their limit is reaching of their transactions, because the default is 10, and I believe most of the people have more than 10 transactions in their Stripe account. So created that, there is a parameter created. So created, then 1st of January, integer. Probably this is like a, let's see, a date. Yep. Let's just see. Created. This is a timestamp. Okay. Oops. Yep, this is a timestamp. So we can just make a filter which will be like created and start of the year, and then okay. So then I'm just gonna make something else. So here, once we get the token, we can add a parameter created, and then just add a greater than, and this is gonna be, so we have to install a library for dates. So the most popular one is the JS. That's a really small library that you can use for making your life easier, because dates are one of the most complicated thing in the
What is it called? Date.js.
JS, yeah.
Oh,
So I would like to explain you something about dates,
yeah.
because this is one of the most complicated things, and most of people makes a mistake. And there's a one rule that you can follow to make your life easier.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that browser is running on your computer. So
Mm-hmm.
your browser is running in UK. My browser is in Bulgaria.
Mm.
So your time zone is, uh, let's say, UTC plus one, and my time zone is, this is your, and this is mine. So my time zone is UTC plus three. So
Mm-hmm.
if I save a project, let's say, and or if I send a message, let's say, and I put a date inside the message, that date will be for my time zone.
Mm-hmm.
And once you download this message, it will be uh, with a wrong time when you see that,
Mm-hmm.
because I've saved it in a different time zone than you.
Mm-hmm.
So there is one just simple rule to save all of your dates in server in UTC time zone. So before I've set a time
Mm-hmm.
from my browser in the message, I have to convert it to UTC. First
Mm-hmm.
step is convert it to UTC, and then the second step will be just to save it in the database, because server can be also somewhere else. And if you make a server a date on the server, if the server is in Frankfurt, it's a different time zone that you see, and you will
Mm-hmm.
have a problem again once you read it. So then the server will gives you uh, to you a date in UTC, and you have to convert it to your browser to be
Mm-hmm.
converted in local time zone. So that's just one rule that you have to follow, and
Mm-hmm.
you won't have a problem with dates. Just remember that. Save all of your dates in UTC time zone on the server.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So that.
is there a way, wait, like, is there like a get date from the browser
Uh-huh,
and it's gonna give you that date in the local time,
uh-huh.
but is there
Yeah.
like a
So if you type new date, you're gonna
Mhm.
see that this is my time zone. If you type in
Ah,
your
okay, so it
browser,
gives it to you.
you're gonna
Okay.
see that
It's gonna be plus
your
one.
it
Yeah.
will be, yeah, it will be 2 hours,
Yeah.
like 7:30. And this day JS helps you so well because you can convert days to specific time zones with that library. So I'm gonna show you how this works right now. So once we've installed the library, let's just open and get the script. So here I'm gonna just install the JS library. So once we've installed it, we can just use it, but there is one rule that you have to follow.
Mhm.
So if you want to use something like more advanced, like converting to UTC or time zones, you have to add specific plugins. So it's really easy. So for now, we're just gonna use nextjs here. Um, why it's not importing the table? Okay, import nextjs from nextjs. So that's how you import the library. So if you like to use the UTC time zone, you have to expand the library by import the nextjs UTC plugin,
Mhm.
and you just have to import it from plugin and
Mhm.
folder and then UTC. And the only thing you have to do is to make nextjs extend dot UTC plugin. So I believe when you want to use UTC, you have to expand also one more table just to check it. One more plugin. I believe it's time zone, but just to check something. No, it's just UTC. Okay. So if you want, so if you make this like nextjs, that gives you a date in local time zone, in browser time zone. So if you want to make if you want to get the UTC, you just do something like this, nextjs.utc, and that gives you the dates in this time zone.
Mhm.
So if you want to have a time zone, so you have to send uh, a stripe, but a filtered stripe that says, give me all the transactions that have been created after 1st of January in this time zone, because uh, all of the APIs are working with UTC dates, so you're gonna see in their documentation that they would like to receive in timestamp. So timestamp is basically a number which is showing you the seconds after like 1st of January 1979 or something like that. It's just a universal, it just gives you the second in UTC from a specific time
Mhm.
in the past. 1970, yeah. So that's when this format has been created. And from there, there is a something like timestamp. So on every second, this time is changed and it's globally, right? You know
Uh,
that if you want to see this and you put it like here, you're gonna see that GMT is actually the UTC. You're gonna see that now in UTC is 6:33, and in my time zone is just 3 hours after that because I'm in UTC 3 plus.
uh-huh.
So that's why you have to work only with these timestamps. So in order to get the timestamp, you just have to you just have to come here and do timestamp, Unix timestamp. Just a second, check. Yeah. So you make the date, and then there is a one function that says Unix, and this converts it to the timestamp Unix.
Timestamp.
So I have to make a date which is in UTC time zone, then start of a year. So that's gonna give me the 1st of January on 12 a.m. UTC time, because it's start of the year. And I believe I don't have to type start of day, just start of the year. And then I want to convert it in Unix. So that will give me this function. So I'm gonna test this one in our front end code. So I have to be sure that this is correct. So right now I'm on a transactions page. So I just open it. So here I would like to open my cards, and here I just wanted to console log this one. And so if I open my, oops, how I can stop my teams. Okay, you're gonna see right now that come on. Yep, this is from the server. So let's just say if I put it in this thing, you're gonna see that this is January 1st of 000, which means the time zone, in UTC format. So our function is okay. So see something else. If I remove this UTC, you're gonna see something different. So you can see that the timestamp is different. That's probably a different date. So you're gonna see it's a 1st of January in 12 a.m. but my time zone. And once you convert it to UTC, see what's gonna yeah. So that's why you have to work only with UTC when you interact with servers. They don't understand your time zone.
Yeah.
Yep. So I believe you understand this thing.
That is so cool.
Yeah, you have to practice a little bit about that, because once you follow this rule that I've explained to you, there is nothing that you can
Mess
make a
up.
mistake. Yeah,
Yeah.
just follow this rule and your life is gonna be easier. It doesn't matter where you are at and stuff like that. So once we set this filter that is created at, we have to, I'm gonna limit to one, because I have an account with Stripe that I have how many payments. Let's just see. And this is for testing purposes, like an account. So I have, come on, oops. So yeah, I have a couple of sales in Bulgarian levs. I've just do that because we can make the currency exchange API working right now. So I have two transactions. So I have to make a limit to one, get the first transaction, and then from there to continue to do other like request to Stripe. So I have to make a loop that will go through the Stripe charges until they just finish. So how we can do that? Is there a way I can get not the list but how many Stripe charges are there? Let's just check documentation because I'm not completely sure about that. So not list search. No. Yeah, this is gonna return all of the. So there is one parameter that we can use starting after. So basically that's just a cursor. So once we get a specific transaction, we can get the last one and pass it to the to their API, so they can know from where they can start returning new items. So I believe if we do this, so let's just say let me just think more about that. Okay. So I'm gonna make a variable like current transactions. It should be an empty array. So while current transaction has dot length is more than 0, then continue to get these type charges. So this is gonna be transactions or charges. That's gonna be an array that we keep our. So this is gonna be a no first. So while current charger is no, or current transactions has a length with more than. This can be an array or no. Array from, let's just see what's the type of the Stripe charge. Stripe charge is resource, then Stripe.charge. That's the type. Let's just see. Stripe API list. Okay. Okay, they don't export it. API list or Stripe charges. Yep. So okay. So here we're gonna get the transactions, and once we get it, we would like to push to our original one. So let's say transactions, and we can just, I just think like this. Okay. Charges gonna be a new array from charges, and then the transactions as well. Response. There's the date. Okay. this is gonna be an array from stripe.charge. Okay, or just we can use push. You add it. So do you understand why I put the 3 dots in front of res.data?
I should know this. No, tell me. Tell
Okay,
me.
so
Yeah.
charges is an array from
Yeah.
items. So they can be like an object with ID 1, then another charge which is ID 2.
Uh-huh.
And once you get it from the server, it's an array. The server
Yeah.
gives you an array. So if you push the array, this is gonna be an array of objects, so it messes the structure. So
Ah,
if you put 3 dots, you're gonna destructure this array and you get all the items like objects. And this
okay.
is gonna add them as object. ID 3, then ID 4.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's
that's,
new structure in the array.
yeah. So from here, and then after that, we can make the current transactions like res.data, like this one. So this is gonna be the transactions, and we can pass one more filter, which gonna be starting after, and this can be the current transactions dot with with let's just think something else. Um, if you type current transactions dot add that and -1, that will give you the last item.
Mm-hmm.
And because you're not sure that there is an item, because initially it's no, you can't use like this, because this it's
Ah,
no. Yeah, so that's why you can use add, and this is gonna return again the last one, and then you can get the probably ID that you have to pass. Yeah, so they will know every single time they will. So initially they will start with this one, and will give us just one item. So we are gonna push it to our final charges, and we will set the current transactions to this one. So if there is more items, this is gonna click again, loop again, and we'll send a starting after parameter to Stripe, and they will know from where they have to start giving us again one transaction.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is just it's you can add a waiting while loop probably. Yes, we have to figure out something else. So let's just think more about that. How we can do that. Because you can't make a promise inside while loop.
Mm,
Let's just see something else here. Yeah. So how we can do that? We can make a function here at the top, which will be get get charges. That's gonna be async, and we'll receive a parameter, the Stripe user ID, and then we will receive a last transaction ID. So if there is no Stripe ID, if there is no like last transaction, just return the empty array. And if there is last transaction, no, it will just returns this one. So it will return. So it's gonna get the charges and will return the data for them as the data. So here we can use last transaction ID, that string or undefined. So Stripe user ID and as well the Stripe client, which will be Stripe. Yep, so here on get charges, we can just make something like this. So get charges and pass the Stripe, then token dot Stripe user ID. So if there is no token dot Stripe user ID, we will just throw an error. So we will return a next response with payload error. Stripe user ID is missing, and we will return a status 400 because that's a bad request. And then we will get the charges and okay. So oops, have to avoid that. So here we just have to so we have to make this in a loop to get if there is no like other charges just to get them. So here we have to find a way how we can loop until there are no more charges in the API. So basically what we have to do is we can make a recursion. So how does this work? So here, if there is like more transactions, just to call this function again. But we will need something else here. So here we can type one more parameter, which will be all charges, and that's gonna be an array of stripe.charge. So this will be the all charges. Yep. So we have to get the last one and pass the ID, and also we can remove this one from here. So if there is no if the date is empty, so if the last date is empty, we can exit the recursion, like just return all the charges. But if there are more transactions, we can just call again the get charges, the function with the new charges. So all charges here with the new one, and then pass again the other parameters. So do you understand how this works?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, you use recursion to like essentially push out every transaction from the last one forward up until the array is empty.
Okay.
And you know the array is empty if the length is equal to 0. And every time every time a charge is popped out, you would go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Awesome. So here we can just call this function get charges, and we even don't need anything like a variable or stuff like that. So initially we can add an empty array like this, and then continue with that. So we can remove this one, and then with these charges, so we have to bulk up insert all the transactions that we have. So how can we do that? It's actually we can get the user ID. So here, just to check something else. So we can do that at the bottom here as well. So let's just see how Supabase, because I'm not sure. There should be an API, Supabase JS. bulk insert. That's a really good uh, practice to insert more than one record, because if one fails, the transactions will be reverted. So database will be not filled with half of the charges. So that's why, and also it's gonna make it like in a transaction, and you add it in just one command to the database. Because if you make it one by one, you're gonna make, let's say, 1,000 requests to the database, and that will be slower than just one.
Yeah.
So let's just see how we can insert bulk create. Yeah, see this one. Yeah, we just pass the array, so easy. Okay. Um, So here in insert, what can we do is, so first we have to map the charges to our type. So that's gonna be transactions. So we can map it, so we can uh, change the type. So here we can just do it like this: project ID, project ID. We even don't need user ID in transactions. We can remove it because, as I told you, uh, projects already have the user ID.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that we don't need this one. Um, but let's just see. We have a policy that will get that will allow only to users that. Yeah, let's just keep this one for now. So transaction amount will be the same, like will be charge dot amount divided by 100. Then currency, it can be transaction charge dot currency, and then the transaction type will be just an income. So here on the transactions page, we can get this thing, and we can make an enum. So enum is probably a type, an object that you can use to specify a specific value. So let's say this can be export const enum, and it can be transaction type.
Mm-hmm.
So we will have just two transaction types, income and expense.
Uh-huh.
So in that way, you're gonna be sure that uh, we don't just hard code a string, we use only a type. So if you decided to add one more transaction type, you can just come here and add it in future.
Mm-hmm.
So that's from TypeScript. So, and we can add to our transaction just to use this. I know. So here, instead of putting a hard-coded string, we can use transaction types and then use income. And that's gonna do the bulk date. So from here, we can just, that's all the transactions, we don't need them. So from here, we have to somehow return the user to the page, but let's just see. So once we, where is the, so where is our functionality that we connect their Stripe account? It's in onboarding. Yep. So here probably there should be something like a redirect URL. I just see the documentation. We have to know where we can redirect them. Yep, it's optional.
Oh.
Okay. So we can pass we've passed it, but that's just we have to think something else. So probably we can, because this is just an endpoint that they returns it like on the server. So from here we have to redirect user to a specific page. But let's just see how we can do that. Because in API calls you can't how to return user to a specific page in a Next.js endpoint. Okay. Okay, let's give it a try. Here it's URL. No, first parameter is just this one, and then the status is 0.7. So I believe we can even, but it's an HTTP, so that's not gonna work. Let's just see, this can be our environment variable for the URL process.env. Let's just see what was it. Next public base URL. So we're gonna redirect to our base URL, then slash dashboard slash project ID because we have it, and then yep. Oh, I've deleted the insert script. Let's just copy it again. So here in the route, yep, it's this one. So we have to get the error and the data from, so we can insert just the transactions. So once we've inserted, if there is an error, we would like to return an error to the server so it can still try again. So we can console log it so we can keep track of that. And here you can console log it. Start user ID is missing. Okay. And then error inserting transactions. Yep, we console log the error so we can have a look and see if this is happening in production, because there is no way otherwise to check what's going on. And here, just 400, 500. Okay. Oh, transactions error, because there is already an error about that. So I believe that we are okay. Let's just give it a try. Okay, so I'm gonna, this thing we don't need it for now. So we are gonna come here to test our recursion. So we have only 2 transactions. So let's just make one more payment in my Stripe. Okay, so we can create a new payment. Let's just create a payment link. So that's gonna be choose, let's see, and that's gonna be like one-time payment for 100 Bulgarian levs. Or let's just get something different in like different currency, so we can have multiple.
Yeah, let's see how it looks.
Yeah, so I have got this link and we'll pay. Oops. Like with a Stripe payment. So here I will just add my card. And paste. Yep. So we have 3 transactions right now. Okay. So let's just see again. So this is our app. So if we go just to stop it and run it in a debug mode. So we can just open the onboard flow again. Onboarding. And do a quick demo. So I'm gonna connect my account. Yep. So I'm gonna use this account and I have to be redirected to my endpoint. And the debugger has to, yep, the debugger is here. So we can get the token. That's my user ID. Okay, cool. So we have to get the user ID. Yep. So then we can start getting the charges. So initially we enter this thing, we get the data, it should be only one. Yep. So this has to be the first transaction. Let's just see amount. This is the last one, by the way. Okay, we can probably think of order them. Let's just see what's going on. So here we have to get it again. So if I do it again, I have to have one more, yes, which is the previous one. Yep, 29 lefts, and then one more. So this should be, it's 29 lefts again.
Isn't it 2 transactions that were 29?
Well, I didn't see.
I think it was.
Wait, just this is the last one, and then the ID. Okay, let's just see if this will stop.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep, it's now
there you
0,
go.
and we
Yeah.
have 3. So this should return me to this map. Yep. So it's gonna exit the recursion, and we will have 3 charges. That's my 3 charges. And then I have to map it to a specific format for our database. So now you can see there are 3 transactions: user ID, project ID, transaction amount, the currency, and all of their type from income. Okay, cool. And then we have to insert it, and if everything's ready, I have to be redirected here. So there is no error. Cool. So if I redirect my user, I have to be redirected to dashboard. Let's just see. Come on. Yep, we are here.
Hey.
And we have to have a 3 transactions new in, yep,
Yep.
different currency. So let's just check this thing. Yeah, 229. You're right. So I believe we're ready with that logic. So one more thing that we have to do is to keep this account ID, because in future if a user wants to sync it again or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
we have to keep that data. So one more thing that we have to do is do not, as a to do, I will put a note, do not insert the same transactions into our database. Because if I have to connect it again, this will insert again all my transactions and you duplicate them. So we have
Oh,
to find a way how we can track here uh, the charge ID or something like that. And here we have to make a to-do in insert stripe user ID into the database. So that's the two things that we have to do. And at the end, probably we can create a webhook so we can continue to track their charges. And if we create a webhook for them, once there is a payment, it will enter our API and it will add a new transaction to the server, to the database. So that's gonna be create a webhook that will get their future payments. So once we do these three things, we are ready with this functionality, I believe,
mm-hmm.
and we can focus on the other stuff. Do you have any questions so far? Do you think something is?
You know when you're saying do not insert the same transaction,
Mhm.
how can you?
So you know that once we connect again, if we let's say if you disconnect and connect it again,
Yeah.
so it will again comes here, we will start getting the charges from start of the year, and we will insert
Ah,
it in our database. So we will
okay.
have same transactions.
Yes, yes, yes.
So we have to keep track which transactions are not
So,
inside our database already.
so then would you do like a recursion where you run through all of the charges,
Mhm. No,
but
probably we can make a get, something like a select
uh-huh.
all from transactions,
Yeah. And then you
and
compare it.
here we can, after map we can make a filter, and we can compare if it exists in this one or no. If it doesn't exist, then okay.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Okay. Something else?
No, I think that's the one where I was just like, how are we gonna do that then?
All
But
right.
it's good now.
If you want, we can do just a quick break, 5-10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go get water because
Yeah. You
two and a
also.
half hours of sleep ain't doing good already.
Yeah. I make a coffee.
Uh,
Okay. How many minutes? Now it's 10:12. 10:20.
yeah, yeah,
8 minutes.
yeah.
Okay. I just go be right back. Why am I? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my microphone was muted. We're back. So just to check the live, is everything good? Why, Val, say something so I can
Hello.
hear. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
better.
bloody hitting the red marks.
Yeah. So let's just see what's going on live. Okay, wife is back. Everything's ready. Let's just continue. So, if you want, we can continue in this way. So, do you want to create a new migration, like for
Um,
creating a Stripe connections table?
did it and I committed it. Do you want to just have a look if I
Or
did it properly?
yeah, where it's in our
GitHub.
repository, right? Okay.
Yeah. But I
Do you have
think,
a pull
wait, let me just
request?
check.
No,
I
it's
think I
not.
did it on the branch,
Okay, let's just open it.
the feature branch. Yeah, it's on the feature branch.
Feature. Okay. Let's just see commits.
No, the one above.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay. So Stripe connections. There's gonna be user ID. Um,
Oh, yeah. I know you said you wanted to do.
yeah, user ID. There is no, and also that's not so good because if you delete
Oh, I'm bugging.
if you delete Stripe connection, it's gonna delete project.
Ah,
So
let me change.
we have to do the opposite. In the projects, there should be a delete cascade. So once you delete the project, it should delete everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Stripe user ID, this should be unique constraint because you can have multiple connections, and this
Mm-hmm.
is good. Okay, and then trigger to update it. Okay, row level security. Okay, let's just think more. How can we create a row level security if we want to just have a project ID? Let's just see, because I'm not sure about that one. Create ROC in Supabase that will allow only users to insert their data. But I don't want user ID because I mapped it to a project ID.
They're probably gonna tell us to go get it from somewhere else.
Uh, yeah, we have to add a custom claim.
Can we do it with the JWT sub thing again? Oh no.
We can get from JWT, but a specific claim.
Ah,
Um, that's a one-way scenario. But let me just think how custom claim in Quark. Yeah, we can update it just like this. But that can avoid problems because one user can have multiple projects. So let's just keep it like this for now. We can think more of that on a future phase. So keep the
okay.
user, uh, but this should be UUID as well. because it's a unique identifier.
How do I do that? Yeah, sorry.
And then we can create a constraint to not allow same user for same project.
Uh, you know the Stripe user ID?
Yeah, what about it? Text is okay
Okay.
because they are technically like a random string, not a UUID,
Mm.
and this should be unique.
Wait, let me look at the screen again.
A Stripe user ID.
Yeah, Stripe user ID unique. Delete on cascade. I should remove that.
Yeah, and you should add a UUID on the user, and then make a reference to the user table, and those. Let's just see what these references do because I only know with foreign key. Yeah, okay, good.
Well, foreign key or reference? Because they're
Reference.
the same thing.
It's the same
Okay.
thing, yeah. Okay.
So
In
it's
that time, once you edit it, I'm gonna think more of a way to let's just see how can I remove migration. Yeah, again, I will. So here in the transactions, we're gonna need something like I believe we can add two things: source, which can be from where this transaction comes from, and we can show it inside the grid. For example, source type. Do you like that?
sorry, one second. I didn't hear. I got distracted by the GitHub desktop. What did you say?
So we can add a source in the transaction, so to keep just where the transaction comes from, and also to check in the in the grid in the table.
But, mm,
Because in
how,
future we
how,
can allow them to add manual transactions, and you can show
yes.
them, hey, this is manual, hey, this is from Stripe.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then also if it comes from Stripe, we should make a Stripe charge ID, let's say. So we can in future know how to avoid the duplicates.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna add a new migration to this thing. App charge and charge ID and source in transactions. Okay, so we have to alter table. Let's just see.
You know, if you alter a table too many times, is there a way to get yourself in trouble?
No, like you just want a new payments. Like in the project that I'm working in by 9 to 5, we have 1,200 tables, and there is no day we don't
You
do
don't do a
a
migration.
change. Yeah, every single day there are migrations. For something, add new fields, change the type of other fields, deleting something like
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you were to delete something that you're not supposed to from the migration.
that's your problem. You can roll back the transaction. You have back we once we go to production, Supabase offer a backup. So we can back up the data every single day, and if something gets wrong with the migrations, we can just restore the database.
Restore the image. Okay.
So alter table transactions will add, uh, let's just see,
RJD.
source, which is
Oh, yes,
text,
was.
and also we should add stripe.charge.id, which is text again. And this should be unique because you can have multiple. Okay, so I just can run it right now. We have values. Yeah, so see your problem. So right now we have values inside our table. So if we
Mm-hmm.
add a non column, there is no source here. So we have to add a default value here, so we can fill the sources from our existing ones.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just see how we can do that in
So you're gonna
Supabase
populate the whole table with a
with all of
default value.
yeah. I will
Okay, it that. Okay.
alter new column with alter table, which is no. Can I add values to my records in Supabase PostgreSQL? Yep. So here's the thing. Uh, so first we are gonna add this column without just a text. That
Mm-hmm.
means you can add no values. Then we can update our transactions and set source to Stripe for all our transactions,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can alter again the table and
And then
make
the
the source
source,
not knowable.
not okay.
Yeah, it's just a alter com source and make it like set not no like this.
Yeah. Okay.
So now if we run it, this should pass, I believe. Nope. Oh, there is no separator. And here is the thing, when you run migrations, if something's broken,
It'll
we
tell
can
you.
now see the transactions. There is an error here. But if I
Uh-huh.
open my database, you're not gonna see other stuff. So that's a cool thing. If something breaks, it just revert all the scripts. Oh, Stripe Charge ID. Oh, there is a
Oh, they have a.
there is a results that they don't have a Stripe Charge IDs. How can we get them? Uh, well, this is an invalid data, so we can just remove it from now because we want
Yeah.
for sure this one. But if we find something like this in production, we have to make it not knowable because yeah. So I'm gonna delete this one as well because
Yeah.
we won't need it. But just to know how this can happen. So if we delete them and just push it. Yep. So now we can see, if I refresh it, there should be source and Stripe charge ID. So now, if I do the connection again, but let's just do all the changes first and then. So if I have a source, we can add again in the type. So here we can add source, and we can add a new enum with transaction sources. Transaction sources, that can be Stripe, and we don't have anything else, so just Stripe for now. This is source, and then one more column which was Stripe charge ID. This can be string or no, because I make it, damn, I make it knowable. But okay, it's okay for now. If we add manual, then we can remove the no type from the database.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So here we can add source, which should be transaction sources.stripe, and in charge ID we can just add the charge ID. Okay, so here we can get the current transactions for this user. So let's just say current transactions. That's gonna be Supabase from transactions, and then we will get all the transactions for this. Select what to select. Oh, we can select only the Stripe charge ID, so we can't make it like more lighter. And can I do end? It's okay for project. So here in the map, first in the filter, so let's just filter them first. So charge should be not return. Yep. So current transactions, if there is an error, current transaction res. If there is an error, just return an error. Okay. And then, or there's some data, then do something like this. Let's just check something. Yep. So if there is some transactions that match, just don't return it like this. Do you understand this one? With some?
Yeah, it's just a filter, isn't it?
Okay. And then we can map it. And yep. So did you make this inserting so I can edit it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's there again. I
Okay.
committed it again.
Let's just see it.
Have a look. Have a look.
Okay. Okay, let's just open the whole file so I can see. So Stripe connections, primary key. Okay. Then there is UID and text. It should be only one type.
Oh, silly me, silly me. Yeah, go
No.
on.
Okay. Projects is okay. Stripe user ID. This should be text only. We don't have
Text.
a UID type because it's something like a random string.
Okay.
Yeah. So created that, it's okay. Update that, it's okay. So then triggers for updating, and then policies. Okay, all things are good. Just remove this text and remove this UID.
Done. It should be your way.
Okay, let's just see.
I love GitHub, man.
Yep, so it's here. Let's just see the file. So I can copy and paste it. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this thing and we'll create a new migration. So let's just say create Stripe connections. Stripe connections table. So if I open the Stripe connections table, paste it, format.
Shall I delete the file on my end so later when we merge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, policies are here. Okay, I'm gonna run it to see if everything's okay. So let's just give a try. Comma referenced in foreign key constraint does not exist. Wait a second. Oh, this probably it's different. So in users tables, let's just see. It's
Oh, it's probably ID.
user ID. User.id. And in projects, let's just see. In projects, it's only ID. So because of this one. Let's just see again. Foreign key with user cannot be implemented. Stripe connections user ID F key cannot be implemented. Let's just see
Go
why.
go to user table. Oh, no, sorry, not table, the file, isn't it?
Which file?
The migration file. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's the same as this.
Yes.
I don't think we did it as reference before, even though it's the same thing. We did it as
Yeah,
foreign
it is
keys.
a foreign key, but let's just see why. Oops. It should be like same as foreign key.
Wait, what? Oh, correct.
Data type mismatch. Let's see the type in our database. Oh,
Next.
we saved it as a text. Oh, do you know why? Because it comes from Quark and it's not a UUID. So you're right for about this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put that on.
Yep. It's here.
There you go.
So let's just see Stripe connections. ID, user ID, it's a primary key. Project, Stripe user ID. Okay, update that. Okay. So now we should insert it here. So let's just see something. So after user has been found. So do we need the user? Yeah, we need it. Okay. We'll get the transactions. Then, okay, so let's just make an await. So here stripe dot, no stripe superbase, sorry. So after the user is there, they just insert stripe user ID res. So superbase from projects, it was stripe connections. So we can insert it. Oh, did you make it unique? Yeah, we can make this stripe user ID unique, just to be sure. So let's just
And
start.
do
I'm
we
gonna,
make the do
what?
we remove the text then?
No. Unique, it's something like if you try to insert a row with the same stripe user ID, it will
It
throw
won't
an
let.
error.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So add unique constraint into stripe connections. So let's just see how we did that before. I just copy and paste it. Yeah, it's this one. So stripe connections, unique stripe connection per user per project. This and this should be unique. What was the field? Stripe user ID. Okay. So now I just push it.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. There's only one field.
oh.
Something with the syntax. Maybe it should be in brackets. I'm not sure about the syntaxes. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so this should be, how can I see it's unique? Is there a way? If I refresh, it should be, yeah, it's unique.
Hey.
Okay. Okay, so now here insert, there is what to insert ID. No ID, we don't, it's automatically user ID, then project ID and stripe user ID. That's the only thing that we need. So if this throws an error, we would like to console log and return it. Okay. So do not insert the same transactions. We did that. We do the insert into database. And I believe the last thing that we have to do is creating a webhook, so for future payments. So let's see how we can create a webhook. So stripe dot webhooks documentation. So receive stripe events. So let's just see. We would like to do it in Node. No. Yeah, this one. So Stripe webhook endpoints. So unique ID. Okay, so let's see. In order to create, we need to pass enabled events. So we can enable the charge succeed, and we can enable refunds probably. So for refunds, how do we manage refunds? If someone refunds the money,
Oh, from a transaction.
yeah, we can probably delete the transaction from our database.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so if you want, you can do that in future. So to think more about that. So just to do delete transaction if there is a refund. So here we have to create a webhook. So const webhook endpoint. So it's a stripe dot webhook endpoints create, and then we have to pass an object which is enabled events. So we wanna enable events like charge dot succeeded. So if there is a charge, we would like to, what else? To go to a specific URL. So API webhook stripe, and then here charges, let's say, or charge. That's gonna be our webhook endpoint that we're gonna create. So if there is a charge, they will send us a request to this URL, and we can insert a new transaction in our database. So that means we have to know which is the user. So how we can get the user? Let's just see. Metadata. There is a metadata. But I just want to see something in charges if there is a account ID, because if there is an account ID in the charge, we don't need it. So let's just see their types. So address, email, name, phone, Stripe report, user report, customer reference, no. Nope, there is no one. Okay, so we have to pass some metadata so we can know who the user is. So here in the Stripe settings, we can pass some metadata, and we can add stripe.charge ID and then pass the ID. So we can know in which we have
Which
to know the
users
project. Let's just see. We can get the project and user ID from our Stripe connections table. So once we get the Stripe connection,
Wait.
once we get the Stripe user ID, we can get the user ID and project ID from the database. So that means we can pass the connection ID or the Stripe user ID. It doesn't matter.
Wait, can you run me through the whole flow of things? So
Yeah. So see,
they make an account,
yeah.
and then from there they're gonna have to make a project. So then there we have a project ID and a user ID. Then they're gonna connect to their Stripe account. What Stripe ID do we use to connect it to the first two?
So the Stripe, we're gonna insert a row in Stripe connections. So you can see here this one. So we insert a user ID, project ID, and Stripe user ID from their connection.
Okay.
Yes.
And then
so
we map them together, or
we
we
map
know.
them together. Yeah, we
Okay.
know who the user in our system is, which is their Stripe user ID, and which is the project.
Okay.
So then we get their current transactions by project ID. We exclude the transactions, map it to a specific format, and insert all of their transactions.
Okay.
And then at the end, we create a webhook that says, hey, when there is an event for this user, gives me a notification on this URL. And we have to show here who the user is. Stripe account ID. We have to know which is the user, because that's gonna create a a webhook endpoint for us, not for them.
Yeah.
We have to somehow.
Can we not just map it again to the user ID we have?
I mean,
Is it not
when you
already
use
done?
Stripe, it's see what Stripe. It's our client, not there. Yeah. So you have to know. We have to create a webhook for them, not for us. So let's just see
Okay.
whether the endpoint should receive events from connected accounts. Yeah, see this one. We need this one. But do you know what's going on here?
What's going on here?
If we pass that to true, I believe they will return us a webhook endpoint for all of the connected transactions. So that means we can
Then
create
we
a
filter
webhook
through.
from UI, from our profile, and they will send us a webhook when there is a charge to our specific
Account.
sub account, let's say. So I believe we don't need this one here because you can't tell who the user is. So let's just see something. So this is not our Stripe. So I'm gonna exit this one because this is my Stripe. No. So I'm gonna log it with our Stripe account, which is I'm gonna open Connect, and we are gonna make a webhook for our oops, because it's sandbox. So here we have already Connect. So how can we add a webhook? Yep, from here we can add destination. See, you can choose connected accounts. So that means they will send us an event for all of the connections that we have. And then we can select charge succeeded. And then we can make a webhook endpoint and put our URL here. So let's just say for now we can do something like this. Then API, webhooks, Stripe, and then let's just say we're gonna add in connect and then charges or charge. So here inside this one we're gonna add a connect charge folder and a route. Yes.
Yes.
So here we can just add a webhook action that is like this from Stripe, from the previous one. So we will create a client, but here we have to use something different. So get Stripe connect client, because this is a connect. We will use the Stripe webhook secret again, just to check something. Do we need? Yeah, we can use it. But I'm not sure if they gonna create a new one. We'll see. So we have to check if this request coming from Stripe. Be sure that everything's okay. And here on events type, we can add charge dot succeeded, and we can tell we can delete all this stuff, and we can then when a connected account has new transaction, has new charge. like this. So we have to be sure what's inside this object first as a type, because I believe it's not session. Maybe it's a stripe.charge, but we have to see that because I'm not completely sure. So here in actions, we can just follow our other actions. So we can do like this, stripe.charge. This is going to be the charge. So I believe we have to console log it because I have no idea what they return. Yeah, so just return what to return? Promise resolve. Everything's okay. But I just want to see what's in the charge. Because I don't know. And here, okay, let's just break it like this and see here what's going on, because I have no idea actually. So once we created this thing, let's see. Yeah, they have a new secret. We have to use that. So let's just create a new env file. It will be stripe connect webhook secret, and that's gonna be the value. So we have to check the webhook secret. Okay, I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. I'm gonna run it, and we'll give a try what's going on. So now what we have to do is I have as a saved URL from Stripe. So I'm gonna buy this product, and we have to receive. This is my personal account. So we have to receive information for that. So let's say John is buy my product, my shoes, and let's just see what's going on. John Doe. So once we buy this thing, they should send us a webhook endpoint. Come on. Oh, I forgot to make it. See, they've sent us a request, but I forgot it to make public. So our middleware stop everything. Let's just see. This can be. So let's just do it again. Can I retry it somehow? Webhooks. Oh, send test event. Is there a way I can retry it? Okay, let's just do again a new payment. So if I make a new payment, and make something like this, we'll have more transaction. So test in our future. So here you go. So we have to, everything's okay. So the event has an account. Just to, do you remember my Stripe account ID? Because I'm not sure if this is the same one. And we don't have.
Nah.
But it should be this one. I'm almost sure.
Yeah.
So in data, we have an object. Oh, it's the same object. Awesome.
No.
Awesome. So we can reuse our mapping. So there is an amount, currency. Awesome. So we can just get the account ID from this parameter. We're gonna see if it's the same or no, but that's really cool. Okay, we are on the track. Okay, so did you understand what's going on here?
We're getting a webhook. Well, we have to build a webhook in order to pass the not Stripe user ID.
Future payments.
That's it. And then yeah, that's the way I got.
Yeah, so let's just see. It's complicated, I'm sure. It's complicated and for me as well. So this will be our most complicated logic inside our app. So you have to understand it. So a user comes in our app, click on the connect button, then login it with his Stripe account. Logging in with his Stripe account. So then we get a couple of things. So save account ID in Stripe connections first, and insert all of their transactions,
Which will be just one at the time, right?
No, listen, that's the flow from the register, onboard flow.
Yeah.
It's not big, only one. It can be 100 if they have a lot of transactions.
Oh, okay.
With
Because
this, with
you
the recursion.
backtrack them. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we're
So
getting them from the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once we insert all of their transactions, we save that into database, our database. Database. So from here, everything about their setup is ready. And that's the cool thing, is that we don't need write permissions, because some of the people can be
Picky. They might not want to share with us.
Yeah. So that's why we can put here, once we make the connection, we can make, let's just see where it was, in which file we made the onboarding. Yeah. So in onboarding, we get this type URL, and here we set scope. So that says give me read and write permissions. We can do only read, because we don't need write. Read only. Or read. I have to check what's the type of defaults to read only. Yeah. So that's sure we can only read their information. So then this is the onboard form. So from here, once we have a user registered in our system, it's connected to our Stripe account via Stripe Connect. So this is our Stripe Connect. So if a user receive a payment, like our connected user, if connected user receive a payment, they will send us an event via webhook to our system, to our server, and they will tell us, hey, this account has a new payment.
That's a new transaction.
So this is their data. This is the account ID. So you have to know who the user is, the user. and charge details. So we will get this account ID, map the charge into transaction, and you save the transaction in our database. So first we're gonna map it, and then we're gonna save the transaction to our DB. So every single time when they receive a payment, it will be the same flow. This is just for the connection. It's only one time, but this is the lifetime until they disconnect the connection with Stripe. Yeah.
And you know when we're mapping the account ID, we're getting the Stripe ID and getting a unique ID for the transaction, and then we're mapping the Stripe ID to the user ID on our side, and that's how we keep it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we need their account ID so we can know for which project and which is the user in our system. So we can
Oh
view.
wait.
Yeah, this is not the user from our system. It's user from their Stripe account.
But how would we know which project?
We have a table of Stripe connections, which says user ID, project ID, and Stripe user ID. So we get this Stripe user ID, we will know which is their project, we will know which is their user in our system. And then in transactions, we will make a new record, we will know the user, we will get this from the details, and we will get the project from there. Did you understand it? One more time, if you want.
No, I understood it. I got a delivery.
Yeah, if you want, we can like now make the connection, make all this stuff, and try it and debug it in real time so you can see what's going on.
The only thing I had to confuse like how we're gonna match the project ID, but then I realized every time they make a new project, they will have to connect a. Oh, you know how I've implemented to create a new project?
See?
They're gonna have to map a different stripe to it.
Different what?
A different stripe. Okay, well,
yeah,
because they're gonna
every
have to have
single project will have only one Stripe account.
Every single project will have only one Stripe account. But that one Stripe account, like, because what I'm thinking is, okay, let's say I have 3 projects.
You have 3 Stripe accounts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it will be on one business name. If they have
yeah, because I don't know, I've never used Stripe before. I wouldn't know how the structure of that is. That's what had me confused. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so
the project ID we have is going to be the same project ID their Stripe account has, I'm assuming.
Correct. Like their business.
Yeah.
Because in most of the countries you can be like an individual having but if it will be some kind of only one individual, or I can't make a 2 companies in one Stripe account. I have to have 2 different Stripe accounts. So that's why I just need these 2. I need these 2 so I can see all of my payments in one place. Because if you have 5 SaaS projects and all of them are on like a different business, because most of the people make different Stripe accounts, especially if they are individuals. Because if they block your one project, and if you have all of the projects in one place, you stop receiving payments for other projects. So if you open,
I was gonna say for the create project, I'm gonna have to include a connect Stripe button under it.
Maybe it's probably better to have a loader and because not loader, a step form. On the first there can add a project name and then the connect button, because it's
Okay.
like a game. Yeah, you fill it, mark it as a complete, and then the second one. That's why I want this way. Otherwise, you can
Ah,
just do it in one place. It doesn't matter.
so
But it
then
will look
we
like a game.
could reuse our onboarding flow for creating the project, right?
Correct. When
Okay.
you click on the create project button, we'll just redirect them to the onboarding flow,
Redirect them there.
and
Okay.
the logic will be reused.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it make sense now?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's a complicated thing. Do not underestimate it. There is a lot of
Yeah.
connection and all of this stuff. So don't worry if you don't understand it, because that's a complicated thing. It's not just
Complicated.
make a table and just do manual transactions from the UI. There's a connections, transformations, webhooks. This is if you learn this how to make it, I'm sure that you're gonna make every single project, because most of the things are just or connections or inserts into the database via a form on the UI. Yeah. Okay. So now if you want, we can just do a 5-minute break, because I have to go to the restroom. I
No
didn't have enough
worries.
water. And we can run our code and go to, let's just copy this thing so we can be sure
Mm-hmm.
that's the right one. But no, I'm gonna stop it. So let's just do a 5-minute break, and is it okay 5 minutes only?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we are gonna connect again over things, and we'll put a debugger everywhere so you can see uh in flow, in the whole flow.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey guys, we are here.
Yeah.
The sound is okay. We check it every time because yesterday Val was muted for 1-2 hours
Yeah.
probably. And
Last 2 hours of the live.
yeah, so
Uh,
we are back again. And I just see on my phone if everything's okay with the live. Yeah, okay. Everything is okay. So we're live, we're back, ready to attack. Okay, Val. So let's just debug this thingy so you can see and you can track the whole flow. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint everywhere. So I'm gonna delete all of my transactions, Stripe connections. So you're gonna see what's going on. Okay. So I have to log out from this one and logging in. Or no, I'm gonna open an incognito tab so I can log in my personal Stripe account just to run the project.
I just realized you could play the stream in 2K or 4K.
Yeah,
That is crazy.
I suppose it's green, so I suppose it's not lagging in.
No, it's fine. Fine.
Okay, awesome. So wait just a second to log in. My debugger to load. I don't like this debuggy mode because it's slower. Yep. So I'm gonna sign in. We have to make the sign in the sign up registration, the sign up redirect to onboard flow, and the sign in to the dashboard. So I've logged in. So now I'm gonna open the onboarding flow. So here I'm gonna do a demo project. So when I connect my, please use the read write scope. Let's just see the scopes because I've changed them. Stripe connect scopes because I don't want to get their write permission. So scope standard only. So we're on standard. Read write to read only depend on the level of access you need. Defaults to read only for standard accounts. Let's see what it says. So okay. So let's just put it as a default now, like a read write, and I'm gonna put it to do so we can research more how these permissions work. So let's just make it for now on the onboarding flow, get Stripe login in. So let's make it read write, and we have to, I'll put it to do research scopes. So let's just give a try again. Demo. So connect Stripe account. Okay, we're here. So I'm gonna log in with my personal Stripe. Okay, and I will put my verification code. Okay. And we will choose my project. So I have a couple of transactions, probably 5. So we can, okay, visit website. Come on. So here is the code. So we get the code, we connect the user. So here you can see that there is a user ID. So remember this one. This is my personal account Stripe user ID.
RKB.
So we go get the project ID and get the user ID from the database based on the project ID. So then we insert, oh, this thing is wrong. So it's gonna throw an error because I have a typo. Yeah, not found. Okay, again. Demo. Connect my Stripe account. So I'm gonna connect it. And then when I return back again, insert again a record. So it should be okay. Yep, there is no error. So I'm gonna get my current transactions. So you're gonna see that there are no transactions in our database right now. So I'm gonna get all of the charges. So 5 charges or 6, probably 5. Yep. So 5. I will filter them, map them, and then for all the charges. Yep. So here you can see that transactions are 5. There is user ID, there is type income, the amount, the Stripe charge ID, so you can track if there is, if you duplicate that, the source, project ID, and the currency. So we're gonna insert them, and we are gonna redirect the user to the project. So okay, we have to check that why it's won't again sign in, but just open our like now. Come on. So I'm gonna close this one. So I'm gonna open database. So you're gonna see there is an ID. So there is a user ID, which is our database user. You're gonna see this is my user. So then there is a project ID, which is this one. And then there is a Stripe user ID, which is my Stripe account user ID. And in transactions, you're gonna see all the transactions: user, transaction amount, type, created at, currency, then project ID, and then source, Stripe, and then this every single charge ID that we have to keep. So now you know that I have buy a payment, a webhook that will get my payments from my personal account. So I have a link to buy shoes. So let's just say this is George, and he will buy my shoes. So we have to receive an info for that. So let's say George. So when I buy it, you're gonna see that I'm gonna receive a webhook. Let's just give it time. It passed, but I didn't have a. Why didn't it didn't use my breakpoints for some reason? Stripe connect charge. It just passed. Okay, let's restart the debugger and make a new payment. Okay, so new payment. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna pay. So we have to receive a. Yep, we're here. So we check first the webhook, everything's okay. So see now on the event there is an account. So this account should match from the account from our database. So it ends on PA. So here in Stripe connections, yeah. So see the account ID. So now we have to, based on this account, we have to select the project ID and the user ID. So you can know what to fill in for the transaction.
Yeah.
So we are gonna get this one, and we'll get the Stripe charge as an info. So we have to handle this thing. So you see, with the event type is charge succeed. So payment has been received, and this is the payment, $100 for shoes. So we have to handle this payment. So let's just stop the project. So did you understand now the flow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was more confused because I didn't know like each project has to have its own stripe, and I was like, how are we gonna differentiate between the different projects if it's all one stripe? But it makes sense.
So we're gonna have the charge here, and the first parameter will be data.account ID, or it was account only. Damn. Data.object. Data.account ID, I believe, or account only. And okay, let's just see. Object. Okay. Okay, I don't remember. We have to try it again. Let's say it's in account. So in this function, we have to get the account ID, which is string, and we will have the charge. So here, what we have to do is to have just a try catch error. So just a second. So now we will fetch so we are gonna create a Supabase client, and that will be with the service key because we don't have, we're in webhook. So here we're gonna fetch the error and data. from Supabase dot from Stripe connections. So we're gonna select the user ID and project ID. Can I select two columns? User ID and project ID. How can we select? So Supabase select function. Let's just see how we can select a quick couple of items. Let's just see create, fetch data, fetch specific columns. If I make it like this, user ID, and I'm not sure if that's gonna work. No, check. Wait a second. How to select multiple columns from Stripe. JS is not from Stripe, from Supabase PostgreDB JS. Yep, with just a comma separated. Okay, user ID and project ID. So we're gonna get the user ID project ID, which is equal to this account. So we're gonna get if there is an error, we will throw a message and we'll console log it here. Or no, we can just do it there. So here, then if there is data, if there is no like data, we can throw a new error, user or project not found. Okay. Or we can do it like this. We can console log the error and we can throw an error like this. User or project are not found. So then if we have the project and the user, we are gonna get the charge. So this is gonna be a transaction. On transaction, we can wait a second to see what we can do. So here we can get this map outside, like in an action. So let's say action.ts. So we can extract this functionality in a function. We use server, so we can reuse it. And here we can just extract this function as well. And plugins. Okay, and then in the Stripe, we can just Stripe is imported. So this will be exported, and then export cost map charges to transactions. So promise from transaction. Okay, so here we will have a so here we will have to get this function just to get it and return it.
When you get a chance, just check iMessages
Okay. So we can get this. So charges gonna be a stripe.charge. That's gonna be array, and we can get those to the existing transactions. That's gonna be an array of transaction. Okay, so we have this thing. We have also user ID and project ID, and we can have the transaction types, transaction sources. Okay. And let's just see something. App app.main dashboard project transactions actions. Okay, so this will return a promise of Stripe charges. Okay, so that's here, project ID. And user ID. Okay, I believe that we can do something else. Existing charges, user ID, project ID. So this is gonna be charges, user ID, project ID. So we have the types, and we have just to pass it to our mapper. So in that way, we can just reuse our logic and return it's missing some property. Let's see. Stripe charge ID, source, transaction type, currency. Okay, oops. Okay, so now we can just open our charge endpoint, and first finish the connect. So on connect, we can just use map charges to transactions and pass the existing ones as current transaction address, charges, and then user ID and project ID. So there is no project ID. Yep. We're here. So oh, cool. So for existing transactions, we only have okay. So we will only have a Stripe charge ID, which is link. Okay. Cool, and then we've passed it, and then map it. Okay, so on get charges, we just have to import this function as well. So I believe that we API webhooks stripe connect action, so we can remove this thing. So we have exported everything in a function, so we can reuse it in our charge. So here we can map.
I think you stopped sharing your screen, boss.
I've stopped sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
See it again. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna map again. I don't know, did you see, but I've just get off these mappings and put it in a function so we can reuse it.
Okay.
Yeah. So here in the charge, we're gonna map it. So we're gonna have a charge. This is just an array. Or wait a second, we can make it like only one charge. Yeah, we can make it like this. So we can pass charges. So charges gonna be like this, and then we can just return the first transaction because I have to pass an array, and we can just return the first one. Okay. Okay, so the return is returning a transaction. Oh, it's not a return. Okay, so we have the transaction. So right now what we have to do is we can insert it. So we can insert it, and then if there is an error, just to show that, insert transaction response. So we can, if there is an error, we can just throw the error, and then if no, just everything's cool. We have inserted our transaction. So did you understand this one? So we got the user ID and project ID based on the account, and then we just map it to a transaction format and just insert it in our database. So we have to put it like here, but first I have to be sure what's the type of this account because I forgot about it. Yeah. Let's just see. Stripe connect dot charge. There is an action. Okay. So we can remove these files. So let's just make a new payment and see if it's working. So I have the yep, this one. So I'm gonna make a payment. So let's say this will be rock.com. He will buy shoes, and then he can pay as well. Okay, payment is there, and we have to check our debugger. I didn't start my application, so hope that they will send us the event because we didn't catch that. Come on. Let's wait for 5-6 seconds before they are trying a specific time, so I'm gonna make a new payment. Okay, so rock first, mailinator.com. Okay, so this is gonna be rock, and we will pay. So we've paid successfully. Yep, so Stripe is here. So let's just see. So it's inside data object. Wait, why we don't have the... Oh, it's in event account. Okay. So here it's event.data.object, and here is event.account. Okay. So I believe
Why is it crying?
maybe because of the type. In some places, maybe it's not a... Yeah. In our case, it's always there. So don't worry. So I have to run it and pay and make a new payment, and we will see if everything's work. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here as well. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new payment. Yep. So in my payment, if I make a file, or let's say John Elinato.com, we're gonna see that there is okay. So in our webhook, it's compiled. Okay, so everything's with the charge is here, event account is here. So let's see. So first we are gonna select data is here, project ID, user ID, see the database. So we are gonna map it, and we are gonna see for one transaction. So that's gonna be Stripe. The charge ID is here, the user ID, the project ID, and everything. So if I gonna click it, you're gonna see everything's passed successfully. So it has to be in our database. So 5, and if I refresh, yep, there should be sixth one. So it's created in 9 because I'm 3 hours away from UTC time zone. So you're gonna see USD Stripe, and you have the charge ID. So now every single time when someone make a charge, it will come automatically to our database. So I believe the flow is ready.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you check your message?
Okay. Okay. So I believe that's the flow. Do you have something that you don't understand or something like that?
No, I think I kind of got it.
Okay. So this is the charge, and this is the action. This is the route. We don't have console logs, we have only working solution. So I'm gonna make a commit
Yes.
in the accounts. So the new types. Okay. So this is the connect action. Okay. All the actions. Mappings, the webhook. connect, new library, and our migrations. Okay, added Stripe, finished Stripe connect integration. Okay. So what we've covered right now is we've finished our onboarding. So right now, I believe we can make this onboarding for like better. What do you think? Like to
Do you
not
mean
look
the
like this?
UI?
Yeah.
Oh
Or
yeah,
what?
100%.
Because it's just I'm gonna stop the breakpoints because it's slower
Yeah.
than if I just run it. Okay. Okay. So here we can make like a step loader, and once they've added the project, we can insert it into the database, and then when they click on create and connect on Stripe, we can just pass the project, the created project from this. So do you want to get something from this UI? What do you want, the steps or the form?
What do you want to trust me with? I
Whatever you
don't
choose.
mind. I don't know what you expect me to do with the step loader, so I'll take the form.
Okay. So the steps are just like this one. Okay, so on the form then I'm gonna research a UI for the steps, but for the form, you can when someone click on next, you should save
Yeah.
it to the database.
Okay.
Yeah, and redirect to
So
the second step.
the functionality I did last night, that one, I could just essentially reuse it for this.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to take a quick call. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna check ShotCN stepper. Oh, there is a ready-to-use component. Nice. So if we open ShotCN and open components and use this stepper, no, I'm gonna use this one. So I'm gonna copy the stepper and just reuse it. So that's the beauty of using ShotCN. The community is great, and they have added a lot of components so you can use it and focus on the business logic. Okay. Oh, so right now how lib type wind. Okay, and then just the thing that I have to check is how I can use this one. So I'm gonna copy this thingy and we'll go to our onboarding form and we'll just put it like here. Stepper, and then on the steps, steps, I'm gonna change the name because we have already steps. And then I'm gonna do a new step state, or I can, yeah, current step, set current step. Okay, let's just see how the onboarding flow look like. Okay, so we remove this thing, just do it like this. Okay, so we'll have only 2 steps. Okay, that's cool. So I don't need buttons because my buttons are different and I will need them. So let's just give a quick overview of that. So there is a step, previous and back buttons. Okay. Okay. Now I found a stepper component
Oh,
from Shotzi and community, like this.
oh, nice.
Yeah. So, but just I have to change the buttons because, like the logic in the buttons, because we will use our own buttons because of our form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So probably, let's just see. Yeah, so I will add a parameter show buttons, and that's gonna be a boolean. And if there is no past show buttons, because we can use it for someone else, for somewhere else, just to reuse it like this. So show buttons, you can just pass it prop, or this is a step. Okay, so we don't need to use this one. So let's just see our UI. Yeah. Okay. So once we've created so this one will be optional because we don't want to change the steps from the stepper. So this should be this should be step, and our steps will be, for the first step we're gonna be create your project. Is that okay? And connect your Stripe account. Is that seems okay?
Yeah.
So once we click next, once you get your logic, so we're gonna create a project, and we're gonna do that now. And I believe we don't allow them to return to the previous step because we already can create their project. Or we can create their project on this button, connect your Stripe account, so they can go back and I don't know. What do you think?
Let me just look at the screen. What are you saying?
So once you create the project,
Yeah.
should you allow them to edit that project?
I mean, yeah, because we're just gonna update a text.
Okay. So how then when we click next, where to put this Stripe connect button?
I mean, there's one right there.
On the right and on the left previous, right?
Oh, I see what
And
you're saying.
yeah, maybe like that. And when we can create a project when they click on connect your Stripe account, before redirect them to Stripe, we can just create it
Yeah,
in the
and then
database.
because if we do that, we create project ID, which
Yeah.
then will map to the Stripe account, and then it wouldn't matter if they change the name of the project.
Yeah.
Like it will mean nothing to us.
Yeah.
This functionality will just stay the same. Yeah,
Okay.
keep just like a back button on the left side and then the big button on the right side, and that's it.
Okay. So if the step is 1, we're gonna have 2 buttons. So the first one will be, and this is gonna be a div. The first button will be previous. So on click, we're gonna set step to the previous one. So step pref step. So pref step -1. So and this is gonna be previous, and then okay. So and then we have click on Stripe. Okay. So now we have to make it like flex justify between item center. Okay. So previous should be like a different color. So let's make it secondary. Let's see. .cn here in button. We can make it like not OTY but secondary. Let's see. So let's just see how variant secondary. Okay. Oh, so you don't need to do anything because we have this function on save to DB. So we can just get this line and put it on Stripe account button click. You don't need to do anything else.
Say that again, sorry.
I'm gonna show you. I just so this will be the previous.
Yeah.
We can keep their project. So on form, we can just pass the initial values that's gonna be project form data. Oops. So in this project we will have initial data, which is gonna be from type there's gonna be project name, and we will have like initial data. Okay, just think about it more. So instead of name, we can have project name, and yeah, like this. Okay, so we'll pass the initial data. That's gonna be project name, only includes project name. Okay. Initial. This is gonna be like the default values. So, yep, default values. Okay. So once we put the project name, so let's say demo, they click on next. So we have a previous button, they can edit it if they want. And when they click on connect, we will just remove this save to DB button, and we'll just create a project before we get the Stripe ID. And here we can return the project ID. If everything's okay, we can return we will get the data from here, and we have to see how we can get the inserted. I believe yeah. So this is gonna be the inserted one. I'm gonna check how we can get the inserted one. So here on data, we can just, so if there is an error, we can just toss it. So create project response. So if there is an error, we're just gonna return. So if there is no, we will pass the data, I believe ID, or I don't know, to the Stripe. This sounds okay?
It sounds fantastic to me, if I have to be honest.
Let's see how to get inserted record from Supabase insert command. Yes. If it's only one, okay. So it's only insert. So if we have a select, it's gonna return the object. Select only ID, user ID, let's say. So just the one. Okay. So here we can select only what we need only, the ID, project ID. Let's just see if it's project ID or ID. Yeah, it's only ID. We don't need anything else. We will need only ID, and then here it's gonna be add 0 ID. So this is gonna be the ID. So if there is an error or so here, if there is an error or data dot or there is no ID. So you make the ID so there is no error or there is no ID. Okay. It should have the ID. Okay. Because we've selected it. Or just make one more check because we have to be sure. So if there is no ID, we can just return an error. Project ID not found. Or error creating project. Okay. And here we can just pass the ID. So let's just see when we create a project. We're gonna create a project and we're gonna redirect them to the Stripe. Okay. Cool. Flow is ready. Project is ready. So I believe we're okay with the onboarding flow. Okay, I'm gonna commit it.
It stores it in the database. It's all good.
Yeah, when I click on connect, it will save the project ID, and then it will gonna pass it to the scope.
Okay. Because I was like trying to pull the stuff I was doing from last night. I was like, oh, why is this not? But then if you go working, it's fine.
Yep. Okay. So then, just think how we can test that. If you want, we can remove all of this thingy and test it again, the whole flow.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna
Tell
edit
us if it's broken.
so first we have to remove the last ones. So transactions, because there are foreign keys. Then Stripe connection, and then projects. Okay. So right now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create my demo project. So I'm gonna click on next. I'm gonna connect on Stripe. So this should create my project. We have to put a loader because so I'm gonna not this account, but let's just see. If there is any project. Yeah, it's here. So just to put a loader. How we can put a loader here? So set is loading true, and then before it redirects it. So if there is an error, set is loading false, and here as well. Okay, so we're gonna add a loader. is loading. You have a set is loading, and the use state will be false. So if there is a load, if there is loading, we're gonna show a voter, and if it's not loading, we're gonna show our forms. Oh, dialog header should be stopping here. Okay. So why? Okay. So here, is there a voter from SaaS-building? Wait to see. Or progress, maybe it was progress. Yeah. Not progress, but
Do you mean something like this? I'll send it to you on Meet.
where did you find it?
That's it.
A link?
Yeah, I sent the link on Meet.
Okay. And this is a progress. Progress, some kind of like a voter. Let's just find something. Yeah, something like this.
Like a spinner?
Yeah. There is a array to use. I just reuse it. So loading spinner.ts. Oh, tsx. Guess it's a rat component, and we have to return it. So cn is coming from and class name is not required. Okay, so let's say loading spinner. Okay, so let's just see how the spinner is showing first. So if I ghost, oh, I have to log in. Why onboarding is not defended? Oh, I'm logged in. I have a session. Okay. So see this one,
Mm-hmm.
but we can make it like in a div where it will
Behind.
get the full
Oh.
and the heading full, and it will be like a flex and in the center. So you can, yeah, like this. So if there's like a what? You don't
I
like
was
it?
gonna say put it next to the button or above the step flow.
I mean this field you're gonna not see it. I just put, you're gonna see something like this one
Ah, okay.
when they click on create.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here it says step loader. What we do, we need something, I believe, no, like this, and we can remove to not allowing them to close it. Yeah, so we can remove the icon. Let's see where is Shotzi and so Shotzi and exit. No, exit dialog. So on the dialog, custom close button. No, I don't want a button. Can I? Oh, get it. Okay, so there is no way, but it's not working because I didn't pass a function. So now let's just give a try. So I'm gonna log in just to delete my data from the DB. Where is my browse? Okay, no projects, no connections, no transactions. Okay, let's see if it's gonna work. So I'm gonna create a demo project. So yeah, the loader is here. So project is connected. I have to log in with my Stripe account. Alex.
You know, maybe we keep the button, but we add the loader. We replace the text inside the button with the loader, like they did just there.
Okay, that's also cool. We're gonna do that.
There you go.
Okay, so just to log in. Okay, I'm gonna select my account. Here it's gonna create all of my transactions, and I have to be redirected to the dashboard. Let's just see, it's compiling. Yep.
There you
So
go.
let's just see all of our items in the database. So in projects, there should be one. Yep. Stripe connection should be one with the right project. Yeah, demo project. And then on transactions, I should have my user with all of these transactions, and I believe we are okay. So let's just see how many items. 10. So I'm gonna make a final payment to check if this. Oh damn! I don't have my. I have to log in again to get a payment link. Okay, so I'm gonna. Come on. Okay. Here we are, just to get my payment link. I'm gonna buy my shoes again. So, or I'm gonna buy this lifetime something. I don't know what it is, but it's a lifetime. So why not? Who is the buyer? Wow.
Oh.
So Val will pay, we'll buy new lifetime thing. So we will, and in our database, yep, 11th record, it's here, 199 Bulgarian levs. Everything's cool. Okay, brother, we're ready with the onboarding flow, creating a project. Everything is awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna then just redirect the user from the add project button in the dashboard.
Yeah, to this onboarding flow.
What's the URL? Just dashboard. No, not dashboard. Onboarding.
Yeah, but let's just commit my message. Not messages.
Yeah, you do that first. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do that because I don't think I've done it before.
Do you want me to explain it to you? Oh, you said to fix this button. Okay, not button, but the
What
loader.
a friend.
So I'm gonna add a loading state. On every button there is a loading state, I believe. let's see in the SaaS-CN design system. So SaaS-CN button. So I believe that there is a loading state. Yeah, loading. So see, like this.
1 second, sunshine. Yes.
Okay, so there is a button disabled, and you just add this thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, we can create it like a separate component. Okay. I'm gonna leave our loader to have it, but this is gonna be button loading. Okay. So if it's loading, we're gonna show our button loading. If it's not, we're gonna show them our real button. And here we're gonna do the same. It's loading. I'm gonna disable their previous button as well, so they can't click it in. And I'm gonna remove this. Okay. Okay, we're ready. I'm gonna just run it and we'll change the state to. So when I type demo, see, like this one, it will show them like this one. What do you think?
1 sec, just opening the page. Go on. Is that when it's clicked to go to the next stage?
Yeah,
Or
we can do something else. If this is
I
slow,
would just say maybe
disable
remove the please wait.
sorry, just to do something. This one, this will be disabled. They can't click it, but this will please wait.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Do you like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we're ready with the onboarding flow. I'm gonna commit it so you can download the changes. Finished onboarding flow. So there is a link component that you can use. I'm gonna give you a hint like this, and you can make it as a button. And here you can type href, and you can make it like this onboarding. So once they click it in, they will be redirected. And you can make it this as a button. You can see SaaS-CN design system how to make a button as a link. Yeah. Okay. So I believe what can we do? So we're ready with onboarding, we're ready with connections and all this stuff. So if you want, we can, while you are searching for that link, I can go and make that when you're logging in to be redirected to the dashboard. Or no, that's gonna be, we have to, it will be slow because I have to check who is valid project, if there is more than one. So that's a future thing. But let's just make after sign up to, I'm gonna just it's in EAV. So when someone sign up to be redirected to onboarding flow. Okay. So if you want, we can make like a lunch break, and then we can continue working on the transactions grid. What do you believe? What do you think?
The table.
Yeah, because that's the
Okay.
second thing that we have to do
Yeah.
today.
Yep.
And you're gonna work on this redirection.
How long do you want to do the break?
So now it's just a second to close all my tabs that I don't use. Now it's 12. What? Yeah, 12:43. If you want 1:15, so 32 minutes.
32 minutes. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
1:15, and then I'm gonna make our be right back to be not be right back, but to be or I'm gonna make a new scene which is lunch break, so guys can I'm gonna add a text source text, and this is gonna be just a lunch break until 11:50 UK time, right? Yeah, it will be 11, right, in UK. Okay, so I'm gonna activate it and see you guys later. we are back 5-6 minutes late, but yeah, sorry about that.
Nobody knows.
Okay, so I believe, Val, can you check if we are live? Because I don't have my phone up in front of me. And to check if there is
There's gonna
sound.
be a delay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have to wait a few minutes.
No worries.
Yeah, we're live. It's there.
Is there a voice?
I don't see it. Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, there is a voice. Everything's fine.
I'm gonna quick open my projects. So go to dashboard and then projects. So what we're gonna do right now, we have to change about this Acme Inc. To not be teams but to be projects, and to change this button to go to onboarding, we have to change a little bit the navigation to include our pages. We can use these cool icons, and then we can add the billing page as well, the account page as well, and we have to add our logic here. If you have a subscription, then to forward this upgrade to the next level, but we'll figure it out later. So now, if you want, you can change this thing. You can change the navigation. You can change the billing and the account buttons to work. And then at that time, at the same time, I'm gonna search what we have to do to show a good looking table so we can show our transactions. Okay?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm all fine, sir.
Okay. Awesome. So while we are doing that, I'm gonna check how we can add tables. So let's just
But
open. Yeah.
I think we might have to merge, or at least I'll have to get the latest.
I've committed everything, so you can get it.
But you know the code from yesterday? Do you want to run me through how to merge it properly so I don't mess it up?
Yeah. So I can open my GitHub. But
Or shall I just
we have to merge the last changes, so you can resolve if you have a conflicts. Is this one?
Yeah, it's that one.
Okay. I believe there won't be any problems because I haven't changed anything in these files. But just merge the last changes and create a pull request, and I'm gonna see where the changes are. Because this is hard to check when there is no pull request.
I'm gonna do it from my desktop though.
You have installed a ShotCN. I don't believe it. You need this one. I don't know what is this one.
Then wait, let me open a pull request. There you go.
Okay.
And then the headset where you can just like break it off.
This is
Well,
cool. use server, it's right. You have to get this components from the server. And then here you have a sidebar that you get all the projects. Okay. Then you map it. Okay, cool. And then you can map it directly to this data. Oh, sorry. Projects and data are different. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So transactions. Okay,
That's
we
just
can
the
merge that,
nav bars. Yeah.
and then you can work on the URLs to be the right ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna explain you how, and to put icons.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is awesome. Okay, the first two files are awesome, so I'm gonna review them. So nav pages, what's this one?
This is the sidebar menu. So you know how the component we used had like a ton of different pages and I just had to shorten it. So the only thing you're gonna get there is the actual pages we have, which is the invoices, dashboard and transactions and project selector.
Okay, and there is no icon here.
I'll add them. I just
Where
kept
was
it
the
there.
previous logic? Is this one? Yeah, you can add this one on when you add the icons as well.
Yeah, item.icon. Okay.
Is mobile, what is this used for?
That's specifically for the drop-down menus of the previous component version.
Do we need?
But we're not gonna have drop-downs there, no.
It's only for drop-downs, are you sure? It's mobile?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's site, it's for drop-down. We won't need this one. Okay, cool. So then this is cool, this is cool. So let's see. Project switcher. So
That's the little drop-down menu
switcher.
top left corner. Yeah, the one that I was scared I couldn't see.
So you just change
But there's
the
no more projects.
themes, probably. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. So you have the user projects, name and user ID. Why it's as this, like user ID is so always there in the
Okay,
project.
remember before if we left it as, because it was still in development, even if it didn't have a user mapped to it, just so we can work on it, it wouldn't break. But can you change it in here or?
Yeah, I can change it now.
Yeah. You can
Okay,
take it
so
off.
you get the user. Okay. So here the sidebar component with the click button, the current project. Then you map of the projects with the key. So set active. Okay. So I'm gonna check what's going on this set active, and then set is small or open.
So this one is I'm gonna take it off because from here I'm just gonna redirect them to onboarding.
Okay. And then model for creating new projects, we don't need this one.
Yeah, so that's all being redirected.
Can you delete this one as well? Okay. So let's see. So what is this start transition? Do you know what is this doing?
So I basically made it in a separate function where once you press create new project, there's a transition of all the projects reloading again and having the one you've just created appear on the list.
Okay, but
of projects.
This is a function that it will use when the component has been redirected rendered. So you don't need to put something if you don't want to use it. So this marks when a component has been updated. You don't need this one. So also this then and catch is more of a old standard. So you can transform it to async await. So you have to put here async in front of the function. and then you have to await create project. But we actually won't need this one because end of
Yeah,
app
it's all
project
gonna be
is
deleted. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, but just to explain you, that should be await create project, and then if you want to catch the error, you can do it with the then, and like this is from the database, right? Okay, so there won't be error, so you can get it the error and return it as this, and then here it's a updated project. And why do you save it in local storage? We don't use
Oh, that
local
was just
storage
for the
anymore.
time being.
Okay. Set active project, okay, and you close the model and change the new project name. Okay. Okay, so we can delete this one and redirect it to the, like this can be a button, but a link button that you redirect directly to onboarding page. Okay. But there is something else. When you click on the project here, this should be a link again, because what we want is actually we can just
The dashboard to change.
this one. We can change just the routing parameter. And when it will refresh the page, and that means all of the requests will be loaded by this parameter, because we've getting the transaction of our stuff based on that parameter. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can work on that. Cool.
You might have to send me that file, or actually I can grab it maybe myself, because I've butchered the one I have on my side.
Okay. So you can get it from the pull request. Okay. And we don't need this one because I've already have it. Okay. Awesome. So do you need anything else?
No, I think that would be it.
Okay, so I'm gonna see how we can have tables. So what we have to do is to use the tailstack table. So that's an external library, so we can get this one first. So we can okay. So we can just okay, so we can add the table. And you can install the tailstack library. Okay, and we can run our projects again. Okay, so prerequisites, we are going to build a table to show recent payments. Okay, so payments, we have a page, data table, and columns. Okay, so columns definition, we're gonna have it in our transactions. So let's say into transactions, app, API, main, dashboard, project, transactions. So here we have a page, we have cars, we can add columns, tsx, and we can export them. Okay, and then the data. So let's say data table. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna export it. Data table. And then at the end, we're gonna use it. So we're gonna render the page as this. So let's see that our page, we have only transaction cards. I'm gonna remove it for now. And just import the data table from here. App, main, dashboard, transactions, data table. Cool. So we have a data as an example, and we have columns as an example. Okay. Okay, cool. So right now, let's see. Okay, that's the page, the table. So what we want to do is to make it this full screen, full, full. Yep. Okay. So we can have also in our layout, which I believe is this. We can just have a like a padding, not only at the top but everywhere. Yep. So we have a simple table. So let's just see what's inside the columns. So we have a column which will be from transaction. So we have a transaction type, which is from app, main, dashboard, then project ID, transactions and actions. So here we can show the, I'm gonna copy that, so it can be easier for me. So we can have the amount, the transaction type, we can have access or key, transaction type, and then header type. Source, we can add source as well. Okay, that's gonna be Stripe or manual. And we can add as well, create that and update that. Okay, let's see, for now it's only this one. Okay, so then in my data, we can get the transactions and pass it to as a data. Okay, so like this one. Okay, I'm gonna remove the console walk. So data is here, so let's see what's going on in data table. So we have a component that receive and use the transact table. So there is just a header, which will return the header, I need to return just the table, and if there is no result, it will show like no results. So our transactions are here. So let's just see and make it clear add like this. Okay. So okay, we can change the amount, the type, the source, create add. Okay, so let's just see. We have made a design yesterday. So filter, we need a filter that you can search. Okay. So let's see how we can achieve that. So cell formatting. Oh, cool. We can make it currency. That's great actually. So we will need amount as well. So the amount, we can add a cell that will get the currency, or we can pass the currency. So we can have row dot. So we can have the currency. You can just pass it, and this is gonna be a string. So we can see commit ID amount does not exist. It's a transaction amount. Okay. Commit ID does not exist. Let's see. I just put a debugger so we can see what's going on. So row is, so here on the amount we will have a 199, and on the currency we will have, why it's undefined? We have currencies. Did you make a project?
Huh?
Did you make a project?
I tried, but then it kicked me out. It didn't let me go to the
where?
start page.
But
The
it's in the
URI.
database.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
So we can do a logic if there is an error with this redirection from Stripe to actually delete the project that has been created.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Okay, so I'm gonna delete it until you make a new one. What do you think?
Yeah, delete it. Yeah.
Okay, so now just check something. So currency is here. So why? So row. Where this comes from?
Yes. What?
So transactions, select all, currencies here. Okay, let me see.
Right. Really? Oh.
Okay, let's see what's going on in task table. Header would like to get the header value. Okay, let's see. So raw dot get value. No. For a given cone ID. Okay, we don't have a cone. Okay, let's see. Raw dot. Okay, let's see, because I'm not familiar with this table. Okay, this is from the raw. Oops, here also. Text GPT. Okay, now let's see. Yep. Okay, cool. Wow.
What's happening?
See.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Where are you gone? There you are. What's happening?
See.
Oh, that's on the dashboard.
Do you want to show you
Beautiful.
how this is work?
I'm assuming you're migrating the table through the database. Go on.
What do you mean by migrating the table from the database?
Or like populating, not migrating. Sorry.
Yeah. So in the page, I just got the transactions by project ID
Okay.
and then pass it to this table, which will use the React table from Tanstack, and then it just render a chassis and components, headers, head, and this body. And then I just have created a columns where I passed all of our keys, and then here on the amount I just do like a custom column that will get the amount, will get the currency, and we will just format it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna change this as well. So original view transaction amount, because it's already formatted into database, and it shows this the currency and this thing.
Actual amount.
So
Nice.
we have to think more what we can include and stuff like that.
I mean, the filtering functionality,
The what?
the filtering functionality. Remember there was like the filter button above the table?
Yeah, the filter and then the pagination, and
Oh yeah.
I mean and also I'm gonna show you how we can format this data.
Can we not just use the component from SaaS-building?
Which one?
Remember the table we looked at in
Yeah, that's
the
the table. But
Oh,
I'm
is that the same
gonna
table?
no, yeah, but
Oh.
without filtering and without stuff, I'm gonna add them as well. Mm. So now let's just see our design. We need a filter button. So let's see their documentation again. So here on the data table, we want something like this: filter emails. But wow, what is this filter gonna search? Like, probably we need different filtration.
Well, we're gonna have to add different transactions, maybe.
No, I mean, just give me a second so I can get a. I know what you are talking. So in this inbox, you are talking me about where it was. Not in sidebar. Featured? No. Yeah, I know what are talking, but we can't filter it by anything. So we can probably we can add something like this, which will be incomes and expenses.
Oh yeah.
Because like,
I mean, yeah, that works.
because
Incomes, expenses.
what are you type for here?
No, wouldn't have like a search. No.
Okay, so maybe source like a type, which will be income or expense. And then here on the right, we can add this customization as well. And then, but wait, we need more filters. Where it was this? Oh, charts. Cool. Where it was this thing that we've looked on? Charts and tables. Let's see. Okay, so we can add not status but source here. They can source it by different providers if we have. Okay, let's see this. It's really good, this one. So let's just see how it is implemented. Does it use data table? So columns. Okay. Pagination. Okay. What this is used? Oh, okay, this is a ready to use component. So probably we can use that one. Okay, so I'm gonna create a component like this, and we'll use it for all our pages.
Tables.
So let's give a look. So we have a data table, so I'm gonna copy it in our projects, and here I can add folder data table. In here I can create our first component and remove everything that we don't need. So sorting, yeah, this one is cool. All of the functions are coming from TanStack, so they handle that. We have to just pass that. So there's a toolbar that we need. Okay, header is here and body. Oh, this is cool. And then the pagination. Okay, so we will need a pagination component. Quick. So the pagination, I'm gonna copy it. So data table pagination. So I'm gonna look at that. So that will have an options and will show a select button, which is with just a trigger as a select, and then buttons for go to first page, previous, next, and last page. Okay, that's good. So we have to select the select component. So right now I'm gonna open shotcn and gonna install the select. Okay, so I'm gonna run it. So here again pagination. So let's see what else. So pagination is here. So data table toolbar. What is this toolbar for? Let's just give a check. So the toolbar is okay. It's this filtering. Okay. So we can get this one and we can edit it. Data table toolbar tsx for our purposes. So filter task. Okay, so probably we need this. So we can make only the table and to have the toolbar specifically for a component, because that's something different for every single table. The pagination will be the same for every single one. So let's just take a look on that. So data table face. So let's see the other components. So it requires view options. Okay, let's see what inside view options. So view options. Oh, it's just a setting. Okay, cool. That's the toolbar. Data table view options .tsx.
If I was to make a project, would it break something?
Hmm?
If I was to make a project.
No. Why
Hmm.
you have to?
To see if the project switcher works.
Okay.
I don't think it works because there's a project already there. It's
Data
not
table
grabbing it.
face filter. Let's see what is this one. Oh, this is for okay. Let's just see what is this for used. So I'm not completely sure. Data table face. Okay, so this is the table. So let's just see, because we may not need this one. Title, batch. What is this used for? So the face, oh, for the statuses. I just okay, I'm gonna remove it later. So you can see first what's going on. So I'm gonna restart my TypeScript because I've added all of these files. And we have this component as well. So let's see in the toolbars. There's gonna be features. Okay, toolbar is something different. Okay. So let's just copy for now the filters and we will add something different for now. So filters. Okay. So then here it can be like this and filters and X button. Okay. And here we need a tailwind views. So popover and comment as well. Okay, so I'm gonna install popover and comment. So popover is used as something like this. So I'm gonna install it, and I have a how the life is going on. Do you have any comments because my phone is not here? How I can open it?
I can't see any.
Okay, no comments. And I have a okay. And I have to install the command component as well. So I'm gonna
By the way,
install
I
it
think
now.
my camera turned off.
I'm gonna check it right now. It's here.
Oh, maybe my live stream is delayed.
Can you move a little bit? Yeah, it's worked.
Oh,
Okay, let's just see everything's okay. So let's just use this data table, which is from the components. Yep, and here we can pass the combs and the transactions. So let's see. Okay, so com with ID title does not exist, so probably there are different situations. Yep. So let's just see copy there. In data table there are columns. So let's just copy their columns and we'll change it with our ones. So columns, we're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna add a file temporary columns just to make it work. Come on. Columns tsx. Okay. So filters are here. Checkbox. Okay. So let's just install the checkbox as well. Okay. Okay. So let's just use these columns for a moment. Okay, so that's the table that we have. Pagination is here. Oh, I don't have. There is one more component. Data table column header. Oh, this is for every single header. Okay. Column header. Okay. This will be from Tailwind. Actions as well. Okay. Let's see what sections. Okay, this is for the menu as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, delete, edit, and schema. We don't need this thing for now. Okay. Okay, columns are different. So I'm gonna change it to be updated at dated date. Okay. See, due date does not exist. Dated at. Work somewhere else. There is a date. Okay, transactions there is updated at. Probably they don't have updated at, that's why. We will show for now only the created at. Because some of the fields are no. Okay, field to date string is not a function. This will be Next.js. Field and format, it will be something like this. So let's just say hour, minutes, seconds. Okay. Handle edit, click OK. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna add that for now. Just an empty function. So we can see everything inside it. And we will remove everything that we don't need. So task, where is the task? Okay. This task come from Okay, here 1, 2, 3 to do, and here 1, 2, 3 to do. Okay, here we are. We have table. If you can copy, view, edit the labels. Okay. So right now we'll delete everything that we don't need, and we'll extract the functionality that is common, like in a components, and we can reuse it in the future. So how the work is going on?
It's going.
It's going. Do you need any help?
I'm just gonna try load the projects now. I've almost basically manually merged the stuff from yesterday for today, so the navbar should be done. I can merge that with you if you want, or I can just send it to you.
Yeah. Okay. If you want, you can focus. Yeah, again on that one. I'm gonna remove all the stuff that we don't need from the table, and then I'm going to explain you how this table works, and we'll
Oh, that
change
looks
your
amazing.
code.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see how the work is going. It's going right. You say if there is any comments, because my phone is not around me. Okay, so now filter tasks. So this thing, it's per project, and combs are per project. So let's see. Let's just extract. So table, like headers. So table would get header groups from table combs. Okay. So combs are passed from here, so we can get this one, put it here, and just. So there is a checkbox. Okay. Okay, we will need this one. So we won't need any ID. So we don't have a name. Yes, see. Right. Here, let's see what's in the example. So we don't need this title, but we can use this one as a tag for our statuses. So let's say this is a source. So it says source. This in here in labels. Label options. So this is gonna be row dot original dot source. This is gonna be the source. So it will be in batch. this one, so we can see. So we can make it like, yeah, we can make it like this. So we don't have any status. Can't delete it. Let's just see the other values. Priority we don't need, so due date we have a date. That looks really cool. So we can pass the field like the row, original, and then clear that. Okay, and then actions we will leave for last. So we're gonna need the amount as well. The type, we have it here before the source. Just for now. And one more for the updated at updated date. Okay. Let's just remove this one that we have. Okay, so then remove this thing, pass it here. Okay, we have also the com header and the row action. So this is inside data table. It's row actions. This is the com header. So let's see. So I'm gonna remove this file, and you get the coms from. Okay, so let's see. Okay, source is good. Amount, okay, that. Okay, updated that, and actions. Okay. Okay. So we can make the amount first. Com. Then we can make the type. Okay. And just be the amount. Okay. 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 Yep. So this is from the toolbar. Okay. So this looks good. Just to see what is this value for. So console.log value. Let's just see what's going on here. Now it's pulling. Okay. Okay. That's our comms. So right now, when you pass comms, we pass sorting, comms visibility, filters, row selection, all this stuff. So this can be reusable. We can pass only the toolbar as a component. and have the pagination always. Okay, so let's see, in pagination there are just options. So it can be 25, 50, 100, because this is transactions, so it has to be lately more. Okay, so the initial one is, let's see where I have to pass it. Age, size, string, page size. So these are the pages. So it's in the table. So let's see here, pagination. No, pagination. Page size should be 25 by 4. Page index should be 0. Okay. So we can reuse the table and the pagination. And that looks really cool. So right now, so the view is good. So this is like so it's in table and toolbar probably. So we have view options just to see. So view options is, it's the ID, but can I get the not the ID but the header? Okay, I'm gonna console log the code to see what there is and how we can use it. There's only com dev.header. So let's give it a try. Com dev.header. If type is string, if this one is string, then I'm gonna show it. And if it's not, then I'm gonna show the com.id. So we can reuse this component as well for every single thing. Okay. For amount, I can see why it's different. So for amount, com dev header, there is a specific header, but actually our header can be the same. Why it's different? Okay, toolbar, view options, I just see what else can I pass to the header. So title. Okay. How to make it cooler. So here we can add I'm gonna think that later. So we can keep toolbar, but then this filter is actually okay. So I have to have a filter like this, so I can get I get them filters. So data filters .tsx and data columns. For filters, basically we'll have as filters. So where the filter comes from, okay, from here. Okay, it's just like an options. So we can have a filter for sources options. So here we can have source. I'll just be stripe for now, or not sources but type options. So it can be income and expense. So we can remove all of the other ones. Don't need for now any other filter. If I remove this, okay, so data filters, it's inside. So the toolbar, I can create a data toolbar for every single component. So I'm gonna copy this thing, data toolbar. Every single table will have a toolbar like this. So we'll have this thing, we don't need it. So we'll have table dot type of transaction type, then this gonna be the transaction type, and then they're gonna be type and type options. Transaction type options. So here we are, transaction type options, and this one is their set one. So for now the view is gonna be deleted. So how can we pass that? We can make up here something like toolbar, and just gonna be data toolbar from transactions. Okay, so toolbar, can upset toolbar. It's gonna be, and it's not necessary to be there passed, so we can just our toolbar as a component. Okay, make it with a like uppercase, the first case. So there is toolbar and only 10. Okay, so this is just component. Okay, so here is data toolbar, and you have to pass. Oh, so that's view. That will be a function. That will return an element. So get toolbar. So the toolbar component will be toolbar will be get toolbar. Then we have to pass the table. Now this is gonna be no. So toolbar. Okay, so if you pass a toolbar, we will get the type and you return a component. So that's allows us to pass a toolbar here as a separate component, and we'll have all the stuff there. As you see, there is only type. So probably I will have I have to change this type. So priority, we don't need priority. So I'm gonna remove it. You add options. So our types will be incomes and expenses, and we can just select different columns. Okay, awesome.
Beautiful.
What?
Beautiful.
Beautiful, yeah. How do you think it's going on with you?
I fixed it. Now I'm just doing the links for the actual pages of the navbar.
Okay.
I'm gonna just call them by the item name or by the page name. So the URL for transactions will be just /transactions, right?
No, see, so the URL is dashboard/project ID/transactions.
/project ID/transaction. Okay.
Yeah. So guys, I'm a little bit more concentrated in this thing, and I didn't explain a word, but I wanted to make it work, and then I'm gonna explain it everything how this is structured. Okay, so now let's just see table. We have a table row, table. So pagination, we will always have a pagination inside it. So that's why we're gonna use it like this. So pagination is here. So view options. I'm gonna think more about it later. So row action is actually an action. We don't need it for now. So this will be passed for every single page, table. So this is used in where it is used. So okay, it's in actions, it's in columns. So let's see. So in row actions, we can have a data row actions. So we can copy and paste it and delete it from the common one, because this will be a separate for every single page. There are drop frames.
It's every now and then. Like it just happens sometimes. It's not constant. I think it's when you usually load the stream. Huh?
Did you check the stream if it's okay?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay. So from here, let's just see. So table is here. We don't need this one because we will use a separate common table. So here we just okay. So view options are here. So probably pagination view options. So pagination is okay. Phrase filter is a common component. Can use it, and column header we can use it as well. So the only thing is view options. I'm gonna think more about that. So I'm gonna remove that. So in columns, I can just use it from here. And that's just gonna be data row actions. So in transactions, I'm gonna make a folder which is table or data table, and we put all of the components there. So this is gonna be filters, row actions, toolbar, and columns. We can reuse it. So inside the page, we will have just okay. We can comment it out. So in the data, we use the data table from common. We pass the toolbar, which is this one. And in columns, we have a specific columns. Here we pass the row actions. So in row actions, we're gonna have just. So we're gonna have. Let's see why it's inside, so we can in toolbar we have filters, which come from app, main, dashboard, project, transactions, data table, filters. Okay, let's just see. So in raw actions, there is something that it can be imported. Let's see. Oh, it's filters. Okay, so these filters will be from app, the main, dashboard, project, transactions, and then data tables, filters. This is gonna be transaction types. This is gonna be used here. So I'm gonna delete these filters here. So this is in the columns. It's actually okay. So last thing is can't resolve filters. So where filters are used, let's just see columns, probably in columns. Oh, this is in data table toolbar. Where is this component? I've deleted it. And there is no point like this. So I'm gonna restart my project. Here we are. So we have the income. We have copy task ID. Labels. We don't need labels. So I'm gonna remove it. So this is inside actions. So labels. Don't remove. We don't need labels. Okay. So then copy. We don't need any copy. Okay. View details, we don't need this as well. So we have open menu. You have the menu only. Separator. So delete, edit, delete, and this is the dialog. So we don't need most of the things. Okay, so we're gonna see. Okay, now there is only edit, delete. So edit transaction, delete transaction. Here we are. Okay, now we have all these things, and so I just see and okay, so let's just see where is this so columns, okay, filters, okay. So Val,
Yep.
I believe we can get a 10 minutes break so I can make a copy for me, and then I'm gonna explain how everything works in this table and why and what we can use as a common component and what we can have to implement every single time if we decided to make a new page.
Okay.
Okay.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You know the URL, it works.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is when I click on it, it says undefined. Obviously,
So-
because it's like is the project ID.
You don't pass the project ID then.
Oh, that's not good then.
So
Okay,
probably
I'll have a
you
look.
don't have the project ID in the context. If you want, when I came back from when we came back from a break, we can look at your code first, and then I can go and explain this table.
Okay.
Okay. See you.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we're back. I was so hungry, and that's why. Sorry about that. But yeah, new coffee, clear mind. Vow is Vow is pushing hard on 2 hours sleep. Yeah, just to check if wife is up.
There's delay, so give me like 10 seconds and I'll tell you. Oh, there you go. Let me
I'm
check the
gonna check
volume.
it on my phone.
There you can hear it.
Yep, here it's live. Um, is there any comments? No.
They're just too scared to say anything, that's why. They're shy.
So I'm just thinking of.
There's a fly in my room. You guys could hear him, sorry.
Yeah, everything's set up. Cool. We can start. Welcome, guys, again. So Val is currently doing the navigation and the redirect of the new of creating a new project. So we are gonna see his work right now, and then I'm gonna show you and walk you through our table component that we can reuse it, and also I can show it to Val so he can use it in the other pages. So right now, what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna how can we do that? Probably I can jump into Google Meets and look at your screen.
Yeah, I think maybe
Okay,
that's best.
so I'm gonna
Screen.
click. How can I click it so it looks better?
Let me open the stream on my phone so I don't make.
I believe it's okay now. Yeah. Can you see on your other monitor if the stream is okay and if your screen is visible?
Yeah, I'm checking that now. It's just loading. Um, is there a way for me to pin my screen
To pin? What do you mean to pin?
to make it big? Oh, you're making it bigger now. Okay, I can see.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
just.
mean, I think it's pretty visible. Let me just put this here.
Okay, so
Let me
let's see
come.
what's going on.
It's a bit blurry. Let me try turn up the. I mean, it's readable. Oh, I'll just up my font. I don't know why. It's blurry.
20. It's so big.
Oh,
Make it 13.
14, 13, 14. Okay.
Okay, it's cool now.
Okay. Right.
So let's see what's going on.
So this is working again.
Mhm.
Great. Click on it. It takes you to the loading. I mean,
Okay.
to the onboarding.
Mhm.
Go here. This takes you to the billing, whatever
No,
that page is going to look like. I need to get the URL for it.
that button should open the billing from Stripe. There is a
Ah,
function. There is a function in Stripe Actions file. That's the function name is. Can you open in the navigation, like in the file explorer on your code, VS Code, something?
yeah.
It's inside app dot uh, main home.
Yeah.
Oh no, dashboard. It's not in home. Sorry. Billing and actions. So there is a function below create user billing portal. So when you call this function, it will gives you an URL, and you have to redirect the user to that URL. So you have to use this function and pass the Stripe customer ID from our user table.
Well, I'm gonna learn how to do now.
We
that.
can do that later, because I'm gonna show you how we can extract the user data and put it in a context, so we can have a state so we can have it access to everywhere, like in every single page. If you want, you can have an access to that context. So we're gonna do that later.
Okay. So the problem we are having is it would be
Okay, so you don't have to encode it for sure. So dashboard, active project ID, and then you have to put the just transactions or the item.name, nothing else. So I know your struggle. So you have to pass here out item.url, not .name, because or item.path, page.path, or something like that.
page.pad.
Path, let's say path or URL. You can leave it as a URL. Don't worry.
Like that?
Yes.
Okay.
So close all the strings and brackets and one more quote at the end. Not quote, but this from interpolation.
What?
The other quote. See what you've put at the beginning.
This one.
I don't know the name of it in English. Okay, so now delete this command can be ignored if building dynamically, because you have already put the active project ID. Okay, so then go to the place where you use this snap pages component. I don't know where it is. Yeah, so here on the pages there is a URL C in the array. So here type invoices, type transactions, and type dashboard. On dashboard it just can be slash, because yeah.
Oh yeah, the dashboard I just do this.
Yeah. We can do something else. Can you copy the URL function, the URL method from nav pages and put it here? Because here we have the project ID. We have that active project. Yeah, you can get the logic from 29 line.
Good.
Without the href, just the string. Yeah.
I'll just put this straight into.
Yeah. And you can use here only the item URL. So the transactions will be slash transactions, and this is because of the quote.
Right. So you're saying.
So first, before you, sorry for interrupting you, but you have to use like these interpolation quotes, not the normal quotes.
Yeah.
Because there are variables inside it. So instead of item.url, you just have to push slash transactions.
Instead of this, you just do slash transactions. Yes, that makes more sense.
With lower t, because our routes with lower. Yep.
And it's the same.
Okay, awesome.
Now with this,
So you have to get the active project ID from, I don't know from where do you get it. Probably. So here we have to, no, I know. So it is up sidebar. Where you use this up sidebar?
oops, what?
Up sidebar. Where do you use it?
You'd use it in the dashboard.
Probably it's in layout somewhere. Yeah, it's in layout. Okay, now cool. Up sidebar. Can you open it now?
What, the app
So
sidebar?
yeah. So in order to get the active project, you can get it from the route. So if you scroll up, instead of props, you can get the. I'm gonna type it in the chat here. Let's just see. How can I open my chat because you're sharing your screen? Yes, I'm gonna send it to you. So you have to get the params, and params are
Instead of props.
instead of props. These params are coming from because it's a server component and it's coming from Next.js.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, params
Ah,
and the type, but you have to put it in a not a quotes, but this object brackets because they've put it with
ah,
props and you can just directly destructure it. Yeah. So you have to put the type.
like
So
this.
two, yeah, like this. So you can get after
Mm-hmm.
the brackets, you can just type the two dots. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and then create a new object. So we have to put the type here. So let type params. Like this will be the
Nice.
params. Yeah. So then two dots again. And here you can pass. No, after params.
Oh, in
It's
the
an
object.
object. You have to, yeah. So
Yeah.
here you can say it's a promise with lower with upper promise with upper P. Yep. And that's a generic. So you can pass what's inside. So the do you see the generic type error that is showing on like on the right? You just have to copy that and
Yeah.
put it. Yeah. So use the same.
Oh,
Yeah, but instead of T, just type an object. And here we have a project ID because we have it project ID. And this is a string. This project
and
ID comes from the name of the folder. Yes,
oh,
so that's a parameter, and that's why
where's
you
my
can access it in every single file. And that's the way how you can access it in a server component.
okay.
Yeah.
Let me just have a look.
Yeah, you can use it like this. Yep. Just copy and paste it like this. Copy that and use and get the other line as well.
Oh, underneath.
Yeah, because in that way you can get the project. Yep, easy peasy. Cool. Probably something with the
I need to
brackets.
import it.
No,
Oh,
something with the brackets.
declaration statement.
Yeah. This const project ID should be on the bottom line.
Ah,
Just reverse it. Yeah. Cool. So so remove the end bracket on the previous line. One more.
Oh, but then we'll have to close at the bottom.
Yeah. No. Like on the bottom of the component. There is a bracket. So something is not okay on the upper side. I just see. One more bracket after params, because you see you open the object, not there on the previous one, but you don't close it. Not there. Like at the end.
Like that.
Wow. Look at that closely. You have a params, like an object, you destructure it. Then the second parameter is the type. You open the object and you don't close it. You have to close it.
Is it this line?
Yeah. See, yes, after that. Wow. After the type. Where the type ends.
After here?
You see, yeah, okay, it's there. Then, remove the arrow. Sorry. It's not an arrow function, that's why. Remove that bracket and remove the arrow after that. No.
Remove the arrow function after that.
Yeah, remove it because it's not an arrow function. So one more bracket, you have to remove it. Yeah. Should first put the bracket again. So
Shit.
let's see. It has to be okay. Oh, there is the generic and yeah, and end is missing. You have to put it after the first bracket.
Bro, there's so many brackets on the screen.
So see what is expected. It's showing. Yeah, you have to put it after where close the promise. Yeah. Oh, congrats, my man.
Oh, bro.
So you have the project ID that is from the route. So then just open the data array that we have right now.
Why is there so many fucking brackets here?
Because you have to remove that from 10th line at the end.
This one?
Yeah, and now we have to put it below at the bottom. Yeah, cool. So now, sorry, wow. There are props that we have to pass to the sidebar. Damn. Can you
send you the file?
Can you this is to the default one, like copy these params, and just return with the command Z, so we can redo it. Yeah, I'm gonna, until the props is visible, you have to return it. Sorry, just give me a minute. Here. Sorry. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so you see props.
Yeah.
So that's the component props. Can you go back for a while in this? dashboard layout page just to check something. Okay. Okay. So then if you open again the upside bar, so we have to get the params from that props. How can we do that?
We can ask our
So
friend.
yeah, but can you type const and then something like a variable? Just test. It doesn't matter. Okay, and then equals to props dot params. Okay, it's not gonna be so easy. I'm gonna type it in the chat because it helps me to explain this functionality. So you have a props that it comes from the sidebar, but you have to keep it. So you can do it like this: params, and then 3 dots props, and then
Are you doing the 3 dots so you just received them in an unstructured way?
yes, but just give me a second to type it. And I'm gonna explain you. So you can copy it and paste it, and I'm gonna explain what it's doing. Inside, yeah, put it there, yeah.
Put it there.
No, you have to return the brackets.
Oh, the regular brackets.
Yeah.
So it'll be within the regular
Mhm.
brackets, like this.
So see, now, oops, I forgot something to do. So you destructure the params and leave the other props that inside the component. And
Okay.
then you pass the type params, it's promise from project ID, and then type it's a string because I forgot about the string. Can you type that
Type
project
of
ID is string?
sidebar.
No. Can you
Huh?
type that project is a type of string?
Go here and then string.
Yeah. Yeah. So you see the params are there, and then that's just enhance your params object with the sidebar props. So
Uh-huh.
so then on the ninth line you can get the project ID as if you open the layout you're gonna see how, or the dashboard page, you're gonna see how you can get it.
Dashboard page. That's my portal button. Where?
It's in transactions page or within project.
Yeah, it probably is in.
Yeah, this one.
Ah,
Mhm.
and then from underneath as well, I'm assuming. But then I'll just extract that. Actually, I don't even need the bottom.
Yeah, you don't need it. Okay, so project ID is there. Okay, so yeah, you can expect of active project ID, you can just put the project ID. And that's the project ID from the route.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, it's capital letter.
Mhm.
Okay, now big fingers. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. So enough pages. Can you open the enough pages? So can you you can use here only the item.url, nothing else. Remove everything and just use item.url. No, remove everything because you have passed already the.
Oh yeah. We already have the URL there.
Yeah, item.url. No, not in an object, just a variable.
Oh, just in a variable. So would I do it like that or just outside the brackets?
Like, oh, you don't need an
That.
array. That's array that you've put. You just have to pass the value item
Like it's done in.
URL. Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was gonna crash.
And so you can remove the active project ID from the props. Yeah. Cool. And you can format it with prettier so it can look better. You have to always format the code. Yeah. Cool. So something is broken in layout. Can you open it? Params is missing. Okay, that's not gonna be so easy. Can you okay, can you try if it works and we will fix the type later? Yeah, it's not gonna work. Can you open the up sidebar? Can you ask our friend how we can use the how we can get the params? Because it's a server component, you should be able to get it.
Now, okay, the params
from a server-side component which has these props and pass the previous props type.
which has these
has
components.
types.
What types?
These component types and pass the type. The props one. React.component props. Copy that one.
Okay. How is you write the component props?
The component props type. What is the props type of this component? This is the params type, the props type.
Promise.
React.component
The props type.
type of sidebar. You have the type on the 10th line. Yeah, just copy that. You have to sleep, man. 2 hours is it's not enough. Yeah, it says the same thing, but and ask him how we can render this up sidebar component then. Because it's the same. You have to read that.
Render the
Up sidebar component. Can you copy that component, paste it, and then paste the parent component as well in the layout and type that this
what else?
in the layout.
It's still doing something. Oh. And then
Pass it like this and says that params is missing. Okay, let's see. Oh, you have to pass it from the dashboard. Okay. So here you can get it like the children and get the params as well and just pass it as a prop. Because this is used like a props from the parent component, and that's why you can't edit them. You have to add it here. Can you see? You have to pass it to the upside bar. Yeah, that's what, and then on the upside bar where it's used, you have to pass it. Yeah.
Interesting. Alright, so this is the dashboard layout.
It's in the same file. What? Yeah.
Huh? What did I do?
Yeah. Return. It's okay.
Oh, I'm about to say.
So let's see. Let's see what duplicate identifier. Oh no! Wow. Return.
Yeah.
You have the previous implementation above that. Remove it.
Oh, fuck.
Bro, go make a coffee.
I have one here.
So props, there is a project ID. Okay, so if you open up sidebar, can you open it?
Yeah.
So let's see here. Why? What is? Can you open again the layout?
Oh, where the type
What
thing is
says?
missing?
No. What says? Can you check it? Oh, params is a promise from that, not just an object.
So
No, go on the 10th line.
params to those
on
promise.
on the 10th line,
Oh.
type that this is a promise, not just an object.
Would that be, where would you write that? I'm a bit of a bug out. Hold on. Find it out. Oh. Where was it before? Yeah. So params promise, then the thing. Okay. So params.
Wow.
Don't tell me I'm doing it wrong. Is it wrong?
Where you have to put your types?
Okay.
Yeah, go make a coffee after this thing. Yeah, there. You have to put it there. That's a TypeScript type.
I'm not risky.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
10th line.
Yeah. I just clicked because I don't like the red. Happy? Yeah?
Look at that.
What's happening?
It seems correct.
Probably not. keep on forgetting where I go and get it from.
You have a
Shall I
type.
grab this?
No, no. Return back to the layout. I'm gonna explain. So the
Right, go on.
first, sixth, and seventh line are the structuring of the props. 9 and 10
Okay.
line shows the types of that props. So you have
Mm.
params and then object from params. Just remove the, yeah,
Oh.
and remove the,
Yes.
yeah, cool. It has to work right now, everything. Just format it and remove this comment, because if I see this comment in from ChatGPT in our code,
Oh, suicide.
yeah, suicide. And yeah, and go make a
What?
coffee.
I think something's wrong here.
Can you open data? It should be dashboard and then project ID.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the dashboard. So go to your project. That's not gonna work again. You have
Why
to
not?
select your project in the route. You don't have any project in the route. How
I do?
this? No, you don't. In the route. Look at your route in the browser. Do you see any project ID?
No.
Yeah, you have to
No,
put
but
it.
shouldn't it add it there?
How? From where to get it?
Uh,
Yeah, it should.
so
It should.
how would you get it?
When you create a project, we will
Yeah.
redirect them to that project. So
Oh, so you're
it will be in
saying we
the.
should.
It should be in the already in the URL.
Oh,
So go and get it from the database right now and just put it there. But just use your own, not mine. I believe it's second one.
no, I think both of them. Actually,
No.
no, they're not.
So copy and paste it inside after dashboard. Yeah. So now when you click on the navigation, it will show the right project. Why it's on the front again?
I don't think it's getting the project ID properly.
Yeah. Can you console walk the params like the project ID from params?
How would you
It's
want me to do
something
that here?
from the layout component, and I don't know what's going on. No, I can't debug it here.
In the layout. Oh. Yeah. Just outside of here. No, I'm missing.
Okay, this is hard to debug. Can
You want
you?
to do the table and leave this for the time being?
No, I have to type it to see what's going on.
Do you want me to just merge?
Can you commit it, and I will get
Yeah,
your
commit
branch and
soon.
you put it on my screen.
Okay.
Once you're ready, I'm gonna just stash off my changes. Okay, and I'm gonna fetch your. Just let me know when you committed the things.
Done.
It's in which branch?
Oh, Allah, ya Allah, illallah.
Oh, you committed from in main branch.
That's great, isn't it?
Can you revert it? Like, see, when you click on this, click on if you click on the history and click a right click, and there is a button revert commit. Can you click on that?
Click on the history. Where can you see it?
Oh,
Are you talking about here?
I'm just gonna edit this thing. Don't worry. So let's see what is going on here.
Let me look at your screen. I'm gonna stop sharing and I'll look at your screen.
Yeah, let's just open your GitHub account, our repository account, because you committed in the main branch. That's not cool, Val.
Oh, good.
So let's see. So now this dashboard action is okay. Let's just open it to format it. You have to make it to format it on save, because okay, so then layout is just okay. The params are inside. Okay, I'm gonna console it log here to see what's going on. Okay. And then you have the app sidebar, which is okay. We've just saw that. This is okay. And then you have deleted the nav main. Oh yeah, okay. So nav pages, let's see. They're great. Okay, and then nav user, let's just see it. So you have added a link to account, okay. Link to billing, you're gonna fix that. And here, what are you added? Why there is a link on the sign out button?
I was just testing how it would work, but then I realized it's already like built to kick yourself out.
Yeah.
It will sign you out the second you press it. You can take it off.
Yeah, remove it. So this is the billing. You're gonna fix it. So let's see project switcher. Okay, let's just open it. Project switcher. Okay, so you have a menu, render of the projects, and then the plus icon. Yeah, this delete is model open. We don't need it because it's a model. And this add project use. So this has to be like this, drop down item and then the link, because this is the item from the menu content.
Oh.
Yeah. Like this. Okay. So everything else is good. So let's just run the app and see why it doesn't work in the layout. So if I just console log it in, see what's going on. So see on the server, that's the transactions, but in layout there is nothing as a parameter. So why? Oh, got it. This is the layout outside of project. So this is gonna be,
It's not gonna have the
yeah,
value.
yeah, because it's outside of the folder. So let's just do something different now. So let's put this layout here. We're gonna create different layout for our dashboard. We're gonna see what we can do and deck. And here we can put this section. Okay. So that's why it wasn't work. So let's see. Here I'm gonna just type it like this. Components slash pages. Okay. Then user is just okay. Okay, everything's good, my friend. We just didn't so because you're so now if I click on the dashboard, it's rebuilding. Yeah. So click on transactions, click on invoices. Invoices link is not okay. Let's see why. So in the layout, we've passed the upside bar. Oh, because there is no. Okay. So it's okay now. When you click on invoices, it's gonna direct you to invoices. But there is no page like that. That's why.
There's no one with this, yeah.
Yeah. So dashboard and transactions are working great. Okay, good job, my friend. A little bit more of debugging. You don't sleep. You didn't sleep about that's why. And it's very
I think it's a skill issue.
yeah, but just let in mind that if you have brackets, just leave an empty row below that. That's just like a convention. Yeah. So enhance projects, name, ID. Okay, so if I click here, you're telling me that I can add my project. This button is not okay for some reason. You can check that. Probably because of the types here. Let's see something else. Yeah, so if I click it, yeah. Sorry, you are right. You have to put it like like this
The
way.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so then you just can put like images and stuff like that, and we're gonna be okay. Okay, and images on the dashboard
Icons.
transaction. Yeah, icons. Sorry, not images. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna commit this thing because I have to fix merge changes. And then you can get it and work with the icons, but see now if you want we can talk about the table.
Yeah, let's talk about the table.
Okay, so okay, so that's the table that we have right now. Okay, just to take a sip of water. Let's see the Wi-Fi. Are there any comments? Something. 7 people are here. Whoa! Hey guys.
Oh.
Okay. So, well, 9 people in our life. That's one of the highest number we've ever seen. Yesterday were 13. Guys, I don't know if you are following us in Twitter or no, but we are just building a SaaS together so we can show you all of our skills and to show you that it's normal to have an errors. It's normal to don't know something. It's normal to not happening from the first time. So we have to sit down and focus more. And here we are. If you have any question that you have about your building your SaaS, just let us know so we can try to help you as well. So now this is the table, so I'm gonna show you how it works. So now if you open the Visual Studio Code and go directly to the transactions page, you're gonna see that I'm using a table component. So this table component is, let's say, a common component. So if we open the components folder, you're gonna see that I've made a data table folder, and here there are a data table.tsx. So that's just the main component. There is a sorting, visibility of columns, filtering, row selections, paginations, default pagination, and all of these functions that are coming from the TANStack table. This is the external library that we're going to use for our tables. So here it's a really easy thing. So we've passed a toolbar if you want. So you're gonna see in the page that I've passed a toolbar. This toolbar has to be generated for every single table that we want. And this toolbar is this filter upside. So you can pass some different components. I've just added a type here. I'm gonna show you how it works. So once you pass if you pass the toolbar, it will render it. If not, it won't render it. So then it will render the headers. That means all the columns. And then here in the body, it will render the rows if there are any row. And if there is no, it will just show the no results. And on pagination, this is just, I leave it as a default. It's just a common component. It's from here. It just show the options and make it the buttons and how many rows are selected. So nothing's complex, just I use the TANStack query, and you can see that there I have less than 25, and that's why I can go to other pages. But if you select something, it shows how many items have been selected. So that's a generated common component we can use. So the only thing, the other thing is you have to pass the data. So once you've passed the data, you have to pass what kind of columns do you want. So in the columns, if you open it, you have to get an object of all the columns. So there is this select ID, so you can pass a specific header. So this is a header of checkbox, and this is this one that's gonna select all of them. The second one is per every single row. And then so basically you pass the key, which is in the database, and then you pass a header. What do you want to type here? So here you can see I've passed an amount title and use this table column header component. We can just reuse it. This is a drop down with just a specific ordering. So if I click here, you're gonna see height or different reorders. It's just from this component. We can reuse it as well. And then you can pass options, enable sorting and enable hiding if you want. And that's just the thing. You just have to pass over your combs. And here at the bottom, if you want this kind of actions, you should pass this component. It has to be generated per table, so it's not a common. It's here in row actions. So you're gonna see we can do that. So here is the edit and the delete, nothing else. So to be able to create a table, you have to have the combs, you have to have the filters, which are, for filters, I've put the transaction type options. So here you can see income and expenses. That's the only file you have to put if you want filters. Row actions are this one. And then toolbar is if you want to have, you can see that these are my options. That's the structure that we can follow, and all of these components below can be reused. So we have to make these 4 things to have a table working. So you can sort it and stuff like that, and you can type, you can filter by different types. So we have to add something else, which is view options, but I have to make it work. So view options is basically coming from the view options. We have to make it per table. So this button, once you click it, we have to show all these toggles. So I believe we have to pass it. So we can do something else here. So instead of getting the columns, we can pass a specific titles so we can see what's going on. So on check, we'll change the column visibility. So if you click it, it's gonna remove it from the table, because that's the function from transact query table. And then I'm just gonna clear this out. So here we have to make something different. So table have a specific header that comes from the columns. So this header, and this is a component, and we can't show a component here. Like it has to be a label. So we have to find a way how we can pass good looking tables, because you can see now the transaction amount is showing like this, like the field in the database, not like an amount. So we have to somehow find a way to do that inside this header to make it work. So that's why I'm thinking of so this can be reused for sure in this table as well. So in the column, we can, I'm gonna see what is inside these types. So probably we can use something. Meta, there are meta, we can use this meta if you want. So on columns, we can pass a meta, which can be header, view filter, or view label amount, like this. And we can pass it to amount, to all of the places that are using, for example, this column header. What do you think? Because here, if it's only a string, it will just show it as this. So there is no sense of passing it. So we can pass source, and here we can pass created date, and here we can pass updated updated date. So we have all the things. So we can do something like this. So if it's string, then render it. If it's not, then word it from meta, com dev.meta and dot view label. So here we will put that meta has this type because like this. So if it's a string, it will show the string. If it's not, it will get it from the meta. So we can reuse it every single time. And so if I come here and render it in the view table, like a component in the toolbar, you're gonna see that it's here and it shows an amount. So if you click it, it removes it, and if you want, we can. If we hide it from here, we can enable it from here. Do you think it's good?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Like in the functionality, I mean, not in the UI, because we can make it better, like the content here, but the how it works, we're gonna reuse it on
I
different
think
pages.
like we can't overcomplicate it, and like
Hmm?
that's what a user is gonna need. So that like I think this is perfect.
Yeah, because there are 4 files that we have to make in order to create a table, and here we can just reuse it, the most
Yeah.
complicated one. Yeah, so I'm gonna close down, and here we can think what can we add inside this table, what we can do. So basically, if I open this ShotCN table from this example, here you can see that this guy added statuses, priority, and here are specific things. So what we can add to make it looks better?
I mean, this is the thing is the whole idea behind the app is to just show you data rather than you manipulating it and doing something with it. I mean, there is the edit and delete, right? You click on the three
Yes,
dots.
we have to. So we can disable this edit if the source is Stripe, because you are seeing
Yeah.
it in how you can, like, it doesn't make sense to edit them. But if you want, you can
Yeah.
delete it. But yeah, delete we should gives them a possibility to
But why
delete.
would you want to delete a stripe?
Yeah, probably we can
I think
remove it
maybe
from this for now because we only have uh let's say a transactions from type from Stripe.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna
I
remove this
think
now.
well, maybe just disable it. Put,
I'm gonna remove it
put it
because we don't
disabled if
need
it's
a code that we don't
huh?
need. We don't need a code
Oh, okay.
that we don't need. Yeah. Um, so how we can make it looks better? So probably type can be something with an icon that says green or red.
Um,
Let's just ask our friend how can make it better. So I'm gonna tell him act as a experienced data visualizer and tell me how we can improve our transactions table. Labeling and metadata. Okay. Created art and updated art. And see the amount is if it's negative, it makes it red. It adds a patch on the type and a different format for the dates. Do you want to try it so we can see how it looks like?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
So this is the amount formatting. So let's see, the amount is like this. Okay. This is the patch from the type column. Okay. And it gives us a different format to use. Let's just copy the format to see how it looks like. We can make all of our formats in a specific enum so we can reuse it. And here the suggestion is like this. Okay, I just see. Okay, it's made, but there is no hour here. Maybe we can show the hour as well. Let's see. What do you think? Without hour or with the hour?
I think if I was the user, I would want the hour.
Okay.
Because you would want to know when like people are visiting your website / app and when people are buying your things. Because I don't know, they could maybe make a
Probably we can
strategy
add
behind it.
something in this batch.
Yeah, I think maybe we change income and expense to 2 icons if we can.
Yes, let's find one.
And then
That's a good
maybe
idea.
the stripe one. Oh,
Oh yeah, instead of text stripe to puzzle. Okay, that's cool. Let's just see icons. So income. Oh,
maybe just do dollar.
how we're gonna show the expense?
We're gonna figure it out.
Like, I want to show icons from Woosit React about incomes and expenses. Arrow down and arrow up. Arrow. Maybe move up right, it's okay. But, or down. Arrow up right. And arrow up down is okay. But we have to make it like, what do you think?
If we could, we can change the color of them, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, then we can do the diagonal up right, or up left, and then down right, or the other way around. I
Okay,
think that's also fine.
let's see
And
how.
then for the stripe one, if there's a stripe um icon, if we can put that
Yeah,
there
you can put that.
instead of the word.
So arrow, so here, if type is equal to transaction types dot income, that's gonna, we can use different. So this is the move upright,
Yeah,
arrow upright,
yeah, that one.
arrow upright, and arrow up, arrow down, left. Let's see how this looks like. It's like this. Do we need to show the text or no?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably not.
Okay. make it bigger.
What, the icon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe bold or bigger if you can. Or maybe not too big.
How can we? No, there is no. It's number. Stripe icon. Okay, let's get it. This one?
No, do the. Oh, actually, yeah.
Or this one?
I was gonna say it'll be. You know the one with the curved corners, the border radius.
No.
The second image,
This one?
something like that.
Okay, let's just see a more like cooler resolution. Oh, this is cool. Okay, can you look at that and find an icon? Let's see if there is a icon here. No. Okay, I'm gonna reuse it. This in income and expense here as well. In the type, okay. So this is in filters, and I'm gonna use arrow up right and arrow up down, up arrow down left. Okay. So on the type, yeah, it shows the income and expense. Okay. Do you think that it's okay to be like this one, or I don't know? Also, we have to show here we can show at the end the button of changing their themes because it's missing.
Changing the themes.
Yeah, dark and light here.
Oh, the themes.
Yeah. Wait a second, I'm gonna add it while you're looking at this thing. So it has to be inside, probably site header. Yeah. So here we can add theme toggle. Yep.
There you go, Mike. Where's the stream? If you want, I can download the SVG.
Yeah, I'm gonna add it as a component. Margin la. Is it cool here?
I wasn't looking one sec. Yeah, that's amazing. Fine.
Okay, awesome. Successful. What about that?
I'm gonna send you the SVG.
Okay, where?
But where? Do you want on Discord? Do you want on messages? I think Discord is good usually, but it's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Just let me know so I can.
Wait, tell me if the background is
It has to be transparent.
clear or not. Yeah, it should be. Edit. No. It should be. Oh, it should be. Yeah.
Do you send me the?
Yeah, is there?
Oh,
Should
where?
be there.
In Discord.
Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna. Okay. So I'm gonna open our public or components, and here there is an icon. So stripe icon .tsx. Okay. So here on style, we have to do it different in React. So has to be an object. And what? Okay. So in our cones, you would like to make something like this and to see is from stripe type, no, stripe source. And here if source around a transaction sources that stripe, show the stripe icon. If it's not, just show the badge.
Can you check the live?
Why? It's not working.
Oh no. I'm
Yeah.
refreshing it.
Yeah, your camera is not okay.
don't know what's happening.
Yeah, now it's okay. But you're not visible. Yeah. Can.
Oh, because of the okay.
Oh, nice big stripe icon. Cool. So
We're
now
back in 2003.
let's just edit that to smaller size. Oh, how can we do that?
Height width -20.
We can pass a class probably. No. Can we do a class name here? Just try something. Oh, cool. So we can pass class name. It will not be like it won't be. So we can have a like this, and we can pass something like this. So we can make it a bit more bigger. So let's say with these classes. Do you think it's it's too big, or no?
It doesn't look like it's centered.
Because this one is like not so big.
And that, yeah, it's a bit bigger than the arrow, so it looks a bit off.
So this is 18 pixels, this is 24, yeah. Can
Maybe
we
do
make
20
it
each.
same? This is 20, and let's see, we're gonna change this one as well to 20.
Do you know how I could make your card disappear so I can watch the stream
Which card?
on full screen in
what?
Google Meet? In Google Meet.
What do you want?
I can see the screen and then I could see the card with your face on it. You know where underneath where your camera is? Well, my camera is, sorry. Yeah, that bit. Do you know how I could minimize that?
No.
I could see the screen. No? Okay.
Oh, there is a show the whole video. You can try click on this one. If you click on my image and click on show my video or something like that, you can try. Okay, so
I don't.
source and type, I believe we can do it like middle, do it like items center, let's say, justify center, sorry. Oops.
I think you might have to hear with the text align.
What?
You might have to text align it. Oh, never mind. Fuck,
Yeah,
you know.
we can text over our columns. How we can do that? Align? No. Header. Let's just see how to align my headers in center. Okay. So just a div. Wait a second, just check. Oh, we can pass a class name here. Okay. So if we pass class name, to this thing. Let's say justify center. So let's see how it looks like. Maybe the amount shouldn't be, but the other one can be. Do you want to give a try? Class name. No. Justify center. Can justify it. And then updated that and created that. Okay. So text center, and on this one text center. Oops.
Oh, better.
It's not
Just the
looking
day,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, because they're in different format. So the type as well. Okay, let's just make this to be flex, and item center and justify center. Okay, so I believe now it should be okay. Just to refresh the page. Come on. What do you think? I don't know, it don't look really good for me. It's too big. We can make it
I mean,
smaller.
yeah, I think just add a bit of white space on both sides, padding margin, whatever you want to do.
So
But not too much where you squash the contents of the table. I think in the example they showed us, what did they have?
like this is the maximum width.
I mean, that's better than before.
But I don't like
But you
this.
could
It's too empty. We can probably make them on the right, or I don't know.
What? What's the min width?
I can make it like
But
so. This is the
the
container
thing,
class. It depends on
yeah,
the screen. So that's the maximum. It's probably this one. We can make it
because
like
there's no
max
point.
with extra
Yeah,
words or 2XL. Let's see. No,
the
too small.
the thing is, we're gonna have two of these
Where?
if we were to do the toggle between expenses. No, I wouldn't even need it.
Maybe only one. We can make it like this and to be like left aligned because here at the bottom we will have cards.
Yeah. And we could, I don't know. Yeah, maybe put a bottom left on the right hand side. We could put one of the donut graphs just for visualization purposes.
And we can make this type and sources at the right because just an icon. Or I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
Or we can make something else. Instead of type, we can just put it as a green and red text.
Maybe we do green and red, and there's an icon on the right hand side, depending on the type of color it is.
Yeah,
So
how
you
they
still
will,
keep the arrows, but it's under the same.
but they wouldn't be able to. But there is no need to sort it by type because if you want to see just the expenses, you can just use this one. Okay, let's just give a try. So in the columns, in the amount, you said, what did you say? To put a
Icon after the amount and remove the type, maybe.
okay, so okay, let's give a try. Flex. I just put it in one row like this.
Yeah?
It's better for sure. And we can make the source at the end because it's too many like spaces, okay? And even though it can be right aligned, let's just see. If we make it right aligned,
What do you mean?
the source and the icon to be not in the center like this, but like this, or no?
Nah. I think in the center is fine.
Okay, we will figure that out. Let's just make it work. Where is the type? Uh, oh, because the
The, the type was the icon.
we have to make an empty column maybe with the accessor key type because
Oh, the functionality won't
yeah,
work.
because of the yeah. Let's see. Yeah,
Do you know what? It wouldn't even be bad to have it the way it was, but just shrink the width if you can of the actual column and left align it so it looks like it's a part of the column with the amount. Does it make sense? Um,
size. Yeah, in pixels. So I believe yeah. So maximum size can be let's say 50 pixels because it's just an icon. Let's see. Mm, and make it. I don't know which one is better, with
Maybe
the icon or no.
what happens if you remove the header name? If you remove type?
No. Why do you want to? You don't like this one? We can still
No,
make this work.
oh,
Yeah.
then yeah, I would say it's fine. I thought you couldn't make it work with
We're gonna
without
try.
it being shown.
Let's see.
I think you can just hide it, no? Just display none. Or hide. Forgot where it was.
Yeah, display hidden. Or this is just a.
I mean, if you want, we'll make it presentable now, and then we can move on to something else.
Yeah, for
So we
sure.
don't waste time on this.
Just to see.
Because
Yeah,
I still feel like it looks pretty good.
but I believe there is a.
Nobody's gonna know. How would they know?
Okay, you're gonna figure this out if you want at later point, but let's
I
focus,
will
as you said, on this. So let's make this source at the end. So here the format. Let's just see from the example. So let's see the coolest day formats with day and hours. Okay, cool. So what else we can build? I'm just gonna comment this out. We can have it. So I believe that's the table. We can improve it for sure. Just 1 minute. Flex center gap. Okay, so this is the final for now. So if you like, we can focus on the graphs on the top, and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want, we can make like a quick break, 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, let's get it.
Okay. So what do you think we can show after the break? So we have the table with the filter, pages. So we were thinking about Shotzi and let's
I'm
open.
looking at the UI designs we have.
So
Do you think we should try and finish the transaction page today?
yeah, why not? So we can add this thingy.
Okay, because with the transaction page, with the transaction page, you just have income versus expenses, which is a bar chart, and then you have a line graph again.
Okay, cool.
We don't even need to make both. I think we can make one.
Which one? Like the top one or the bottom one?
Can you see my screen?
Oh no, where?
I was about to say, how did you know? No, it's like you knew what I was looking at. I'll show my screen now.
I was looking at
Okay.
the
Oh, at
Shotzi and
this.
blocks.
Here. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be either something like this, but maybe a donut or something like this. I mean, both of these types are in Shatian's library, so it's going to be easy to implement. But just like what is going to be more useful for the user,
We
for the
can ask
client.
our friend. So we will tell the type of our information and ask him what kind of graphs we can use to visualize that.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's have a little break.
Okay.
When we're back,
So
we'll
now
get
it's
started.
4:43 if you want 4:55. That means 12 minutes of break.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
Hey guys, we're back. One of the last sessions. Probably we have streamed for for how long? 8 hours. Damn, we're gonna make it 9, 10, 11, something like that. But we have a good progress today. We were able to complete our integration with Stripe Connect. So right now we're gonna finish our transactions page. We have changed our navigation, our way to create a new projects. So more stuff is coming, and yeah. So let's just work on our graphs. So we will need very helpful and cool graphs for our transactions page. What we can show to our clients. Chat.cm. So revenue over time, transaction breeder, pioneer or donor charm, subscriptions one time. Oh, we can add something like that, like a categories, subscription, one-time payments, refunds from Stripe. We can get that info.
Oh, but then at the same time, if it's a manual transaction down the line, it's gonna look empty. So maybe we need to figure out a way.
Yeah, when we add manual transactions, we will add categories for them to add. But let's just move it like a queue to deliver. So let's just look at a Chat.cm charts. Let's say, so here we see on this total revenue, maybe total income, or probably total income, total expenses and profit from that, or we can add something like incomes and expenses for sure. What do you think?
Incomes and expenses. What do you think? A graph like this one?
I don't know.
When I did data
Probably
visualization.
this one, incomes and expenses. It's gonna be good, like this.
Oh, the cards, yeah. But do you think it's better to have cards for both the dashboard and the transactions?
Something like this will be cool, like incomes and expenses, like a line chart.
Incomes. That's the only two types, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then let's do that one. Scroll up.
This one?
No, all the way up.
Up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the screen. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm looking at the stream.
Ah, there's a delay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, why is the guy keeps on scrolling down? Like he can't hear me.
I was
All the way
talking
to the top.
about this
It was
one.
the bar chart with the. But these are also like that one, the middle one.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, get it. Okay, that's cool.
Because it's specifically for only two categories.
So let's just add this to our cards. So we have cards here. and here we can just show it like this. So chart content, chart container. Okay, we have to install a couple more libraries. So chart, we have to install the chart component from Shotcn. Yep, here it is. So let's see. To add chart. Okay. And we have to add some styles in our layout base. So let's see. Layout base. So in the dark. Okay. Wait, people in the stream. Hey guys.
Well, hello.
So that's what it looks like. So let's just see. So one more thing is inside our cards. We can just show it now as transaction cards. So that's gonna be all the way transactions. Okay, so that's gonna receive a transactions, and it's gonna be like an array of transaction. Project ID transactions. Okay. So let's just run our app and see what the result is. Super expressions must be no. What the? Let's see. This should be client component. Okay, let's just see what's going on here. Okay. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So here. Let's see.
Oh fuck! Hold on, I'm looking at the stream again. Pardon my language.
So we have this one. So we have to make it for sure not so big.
Do you know what? I think let's not worry about the colors too much now, because I know we're gonna get to it and we're gonna be like, "Oh, should we do pink, green, or yellow?" I think we do red and green for now, and later when we decide the primary color, we'll just go and decide the rest of the colors for the app.
So here is the chart. So what do you want to look like?
So I'm thinking, obviously one bar, or maybe we'll have to consider the time frame. Because all of the transactions, for us to make it work, we'll have to make the time frame very short, so at least we can test it. See if you can like play around with the time frame on the graph. Like change it to maybe hours of the day, or maybe days of the week. Even that will be fine. And we'll have to maybe populate a few transactions that would be expenses.
Daily month. It's this one, but it just it just varies, so it doesn't matter. Let's see. Okay, so let's just test this one. So we have these cards. How can we show data related to our transactions? Okay. Can make it monthly income and expense. Then the description can be cash flow overview. Then we can have this config. And then So we can have the format to create ad. So the income can be amount and transaction type. Okay. So now the result can be okay. So let's just give it a try.
Oh.
So incomes and expenses is here. So incomes and expenses are here as well. Let's go try. This can be income, expense, and then this can be income, expense as well. Here are the colors at the top. So we have only income right now. We don't have any expense.
Yeah, so I was thinking if we could populate the DB.
We can do something different too. So let's just do something different because const chart data is like transactions that reduce. So return, okay. Type month. Okay.
Do you know if I could share a
Yeah.
Twitter draft with you?
What to show?
To share a Twitter draft or X draft?
I'm not sure. So in month, okay, let's just do that later. Okay. So we have only for May. So you would like to have different transactions, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just so we could see how it would look like.
Yeah, okay, so let's just say that transactions is equal to, so I will have an amount, yeah, see?
Oh,
So let's say we can make this to be May and make the May as January. It looks very great. So we can calculate that and map it more once we have the data. So let's just make the UI now, and then
yeah.
we can explore later for that. So I'm gonna create a folder that's gonna be incomes and expenses. Incomes and expenses card. So I'm just copy this one, put it here. So in the cards we'll just render the incomes and expenses card. Okay, so one of our so let's just see, so we have to import our incomes and expenses card. Okay, let's just export it right now. So that's the card that we have. Okay. So I believe Val, this card is ready. What can I include more in this table?
In this table?
Yeah.
Not in the table is
Not
fine.
in the table, within the.
Oh, the page.
Yeah.
Um, this is the thing. If let me have a look. uh, so that's the thing. The transactions page is basically done. We could show another.
Net profit over time.
The dashboard of the project, the specific project dashboard, is gonna have recent transactions, and I think that's the one that's gonna have like total revenue, total expenses, total income.
So this is a good chart category breakdown, but we don't have categories. Or
We do.
top sources.
We do have
Cumulative cash
categories.
flow. Oh, this is good. Cumulative cash flow.
Maybe I know for now we only have Stripe, but we could use a donut chart to show the different type of income, like where they get the most income from. Because I would say the project specific dashboard is only going to be sharing generic data about the project. The transactions should show in-depth data about the transactions.
So we have what we have.
I think do it. Go to the chart in Shatsian, the chart page. Yeah. If you go up all the way up, you see that donut chart, the pie chart, sorry. I think we could use that, and then rather than showing expenses and income, because we did that in the other chart, in this one we could show the different income sources. So maybe Stripe, manual.
Okay, that's good.
At least we'll know it's a bit more in depth.
Where can we find all these charts library? Yeah. So how can we see this one?
Or
okay, so let's just do that quickly. So what did you say?
okay, there's two things we could do.
Calculate.
Either the sources of income.
Yeah.
So is it from Stripe? Is it some manual way of earning money, or however else the business would receive money? Or we could do categorical. So they might get most of their money through lifetime subscriptions. They might get most of their money through monthly subscription. They might get most of the money one-off payments.
But we have to include that.
Yeah, we'll probably have to.
Okay, let's just try sources card. Okay.
Let me check the stream, because imagine there's a bunch of people watching for some reason.
3 people.
Oh, hello everyone.
Okay, so instead of visitors, to show the source, right? Okay.
Yeah, so source or category.
Okay. So category first. So okay, cool. So imagine. Okay, we're gonna group it by a specific okay, so transactions will be icon on transaction dot array. Okay, and sources can be transaction sources. So this can be, we have only now Stripe, we don't have anything else.
But you know, in Stripe you could get the type of what did you say? You said something type of purchase, I think it was.
Yeah, lifetime subscription, stuff like that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe we could use this, even if they only use Stripe and they don't use manual transaction input or manual income input. We only use it to show the different type of Stripe income.
Okay. So I have a different core that we can use. Yep, this one. So we can have that's our chart data. There are total amount as well, and the card can be just like this. Transaction sources, and there's gonna be a range for that. Okay. So let's just see what's going on. Okay. Stripe is 1000. It shows like this. Wow.
I'm looking. Oh, where the hell is it going? Bro. Is
It's only one because we have only Stripe. Is there a way we can show here like a legend?
I know you can do it with Google Charts. I'm not sure if shared CN.
Can I show legends? Yeah, it's using career charts. That's a really really great library. So
I mean, then I'm pretty sure they'll have it, yeah.
Legend. We can add a legend. So let's just see. It's in our card. It's in the pie. So chart pie chart. Yeah, it's in pie chart. And then below pie, we can put it like a legend. And this legend, from where it comes? From the charts. Oh, really cool. It automatically, yeah, it automatically showed the types.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just awesome.
Well, later, when we could configure the different types of Stripe income, we could just adjust it.
Yeah, so right now all of the things are hard coded, but once we figure
Yeah.
out what we need, we're gonna use our types. So it's not gonna be like this. Don't worry, guys. So what else?
Now I think maybe we just align it properly, like so we can fit it nicely together. I'm thinking we put the two charts on top, side by side, and then we do the table centered at the bottom. Or
can you add one more like chart?
One of these. Okay, yeah, I'll find something for you, no worries.
What we can do? We can add the, wait a second, so source, we can have incomes.
Maybe we could do biggest, but that would be more of a table. I was gonna say biggest transactions.
Or we can save the payment. Is it subscription or one time or stuff like that? And as a category and show it's here.
But for that one, I think it's probably better to keep as a pie chart.
As which is pie?
The one we just added.
Yeah, this one. No, this is a pie.
It's the same. They just one of them has a circle in the middle. I mean, empty space. Scroll down. Maybe there's some more charts that could be categorical. Do you think we can replace the one you've just put? Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me just tell you my thought. Go up to the donuts. The other donuts, the one you were before. There you go. You see the last one, or actually the one just above it, the middle one, the one just above it, that one. If we could replace the one we have now with one of them, or I guess it's the bottom one because you'll have the number. We replace the one we have, and then if we scroll down, we'll take one of the categorical ones because the other ones are mainly for when you have more than one value. The pie charts are really great for maybe up to 4. No, not this one. Yeah, the radio ones. Just on the row underneath.
These are the radio.
Below. This one.
That's a 2-tip.
No. One up. 1260.
These are radio.
Yes, the row underneath it. Habibi, the third one, 1830.
1830.
It's on the chart.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We use this one for the source.
Fuck, I'm tired.
We use this one for the source, and we use the donut one for the categories of income.
Okay. Oh, Habibi.
And then you have like a dashboard. Bravo, easy stuff. We got another 6 in us. Come on.
If I go take a nap for 15 minutes, bro, I can do more 6 hours.
I've got time. Look, we can take a 30-minute break. I'm gonna go do something, and then by the time I'm back, you'll be woken up, be wide awake. Right, what's happening here?
Okay.
Is it 4?
But we need that data.
Huh?
Okay, so you like to do this for what?
This one for source of income.
Okay.
Because they'll only be either manual or Stripe for the time being. And then later, maybe we might be able to get something which is a competitor for Stripe integrated.
Okay.
And then for the specific Stripe category incomes, so either it's lifetime, subscription, one-off, whatever. For that one, we're going to use the donut one, which we've already implemented. I swear, I never usually post on Twitter, and this feels like Mission Impossible to me.
So data key should be transaction sources from Stripe, and we don't have anything else.
I see.
Okay. So let's get all the transactions. That's gonna be a transaction type. So here you have to make our chart data to be a group from so we can get not the mode, get the source, but this is again by months.
That's just the x-axis, isn't it? So we can change it to anything.
Let's just see. What the? Sources card. We should export it. So export default sources card. So let's just see. Yep, it's here. So visitors. Okay. So why there is a month? This can be Stripe, and here it can be transaction sources.stripe. Here it can be order. So order. Okay. So from Stripe, and this should be we can make it better, like once we have all the data.
I mean, 100%.
So that's what I'm seeing. So this key should be Stripe, and this should be like a other. Okay, so we can remove this one. Okay, so see how it looks like right now. We have a Stripe and then other, like this one.
Yes.
Okay. And the last one, what did you say? Not sources, not types, but what categories?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, categories of Stripe income. So would it be lifetimes?
Income
Yeah.
categories. But
yeah.
It can be
Because you said we can get them from Stripe, right?
yeah. So
And we can maybe put it as a Stripe exclusive
cards.
feature.
So which one we've decided to use?
The donut one.
The
So go
donut
to down.
bar.
Is in the pie charts underneath it.
Which one?
It's the one with the hole. Yep, there you go. Is the donut active?
Okay.
But look if there is one where you could kind of see from without interacting with it.
This one. Yeah.
Ah, because it does have a legend.
Categories card. If we export the default, so that's gonna be what? Why there is a cover here and then a cover here? Like, just we have to figure out how this works. Cover charts. Okay. Okay, cards are here.
Jeez. Nice.
Instead of visitors. Okay. And the table will be best if we're on the full page, right?
Yeah. Even if it has white space, it wouldn't matter that much.
Yeah, just see how we can.
Right.
Like this.
Yeah.
When we fill the category and all this stuff, it will. Like,
It'll be full. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might not even have enough space. Can you try see what the mobile version is gonna look like? Let's see if it's breaking. Just to give us a heart attack. Oh. Oh.
We can make this. Wait a second. So here in the cards, I can make it. So this on tablet is like this. And then it's gonna be like this. So this is a phone.
That's good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, we can make
Yeah.
it better, the pagination and this stuff. But we are gonna figure it out. We have to be ready first. Okay. So what we need to do to make the category so we can get this thingy. What we can do else?
I think that's pretty much it for the transaction. That's what we plan to do at least.
Yeah, but we have to fill the data like right, not just put it like this. It has to work.
Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna make it work now then. I mean, then it's time to add the manual input of a transaction. We add a button on top of the table.
Or here.
Yeah, there. That's what they had in the thing,
Like
in the
a
chat.
model when you click it and to create
Yeah,
a transaction.
yeah.
Uh, which can be from type expense or what?
Why is it crying? What's going on there?
8 hours 51 minutes, bro. Oh.
Do you want to take a little break and then we come back?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. While you do that, I'm just gonna like draft a few posts for Twitter. I just made one big one. If you want to go check it out,
Nice.
it's like a storyboard.
I'm gonna no, I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna just rest for a little bit
Hmm?
because 9 hours straight coding. Uh, so
Or if you want, I've seen streamers take an hour break. We could take an hour break. We just keep the live on.
nah, no hours. 15 minutes is okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So now it's 5:55. So let's say 6:10 Bulgarian time, which is
Yeah.
4:10 UK time. Just
Yeah.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. See you, brother. See you
See.
guys from the chat after 15 minutes.
Double using the chat. We're back, habit like a bad
Hey
habit.
guys, we're back. Oh, why my camera is... What the...
I think you just put it, yeah. There you go. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Вот, чує січку? Just read.
okay, we're ready.
Oh,
Sorry guys, but something happened to my camera just to see the live. Yeah, we're back. Okay. So guys, these graphs, we are gonna do them once we have all the details. So right now what we would like to do is to have a button that we can create a different transactions, so manual transactions. So right now what we're gonna do is we can add a button inside. So let's just forget about these tables. We can open our transactions and open our page. So there's gonna be a table. So on the top of our table, actually on our toolbar, we can add a button which we can create. So this will be the toolbar. Transactions table toolbar. Wow, I hear your keyboard
camera.
really.
Let me put some headphones on. It should isolate it.
Okay, so
What about now? Let me do some typing. I need to
I don't hear anything now. I don't know if you type or not.
No, not yet. Put the next.
Okay, so that's our transaction toolbar. So right now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a model which will be create model. So here we're gonna add create transaction model. So here in the table, in the toolbar, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some dialog which will be from Shatsian. So we're gonna add dialog. So this dialog will have a button like this one. So let's just say we're gonna use this dialog. So from components, the trigger, we will have the trigger which will be add a transaction. Wow, what do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can do that here. So we can import dialog, trigger, and content, header, title. Okay. So we have a toolbar which we have a create dialog. So create transaction dialog. Okay, so create dialog. In a toolbar we're just gonna show it like this, create transaction dialog. So that will add a button. You just see it. That's gonna be, it disappears for some reason. Let's see why. What the? Oh, it's the transaction. Okay. Okay, it's here. So let's just see dialog, which is a, okay, let's just get some styles. So let's see why. So in the toolbar we have a transaction dialog, which we can make it as a div and add some class name, which will be flex, item center, and just a gap of 2. Yep, so we have the button.
There you go.
But why it's in this style? So let's just find out.
I think you might have go to the create. Yeah, there you go.
No, that's
not the one.
that's the dialog.
Wait there.
It's a trigger.
I think you're supposed to put it in a button element or component.
Do you hear me? Because someone was calling me on my phone and I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
But I can hear you well. Do you hear me now? Wow, do you hear me?
I can't hear you now, boss.
Now? Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So why this transaction is like this? So dialog.
I think maybe put a button.
No, it has to be a trigger. But just let's just check, because Shatsin changed something. Buttons to not be outlined by default. It's not outline. Shatsin. Let's just see in our styles. Okay, so why it's like this? Let's just try something else. So I will go put it inside a page, like here, as a, how to say it, create transaction dialog. Just like this. So let's just see. Oh, it's again like this one. Let's just see. Oh, see. But I copy and paste this one. Okay, let's just, because it was not passed as a button, create transaction dialog, which will be like this one. So we can export the forward. I create transaction dialog, so it can be like this. So here on the page I'm gonna remove it, I'm gonna leave it inside the table. So if we, yep, it's edit profile. So right now this button is not so big, so let's see why. Because the size is I'm gonna remove that size. And okay, I'm gonna change the type as well. This is in the filter. So I'm gonna remove these styles so it can look okay, cool. So here, instead of edit profile, we can just add a button which will be add a transaction. It'll create transactions. Create transaction, and we can make it like a primary. Yeah. Okay, so once we click on that,
Wait, what did you do to make it primary?
just remove the variant because it was
Oh.
outlined. Yeah, by default it's
Oh.
primary. Create a transaction. So once you click on that, what kind of description we can add here?
Add manual transactions or create manual transactions for your projects.
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we need? Amount. So
yeah.
for
Amount, source.
Source will be automatically populated. Manual. We don't have any
Yeah,
options.
but don't you wanna make it visible where it will be grayed out? Oh, okay.
Less fields for user, better for him.
You know how we're gonna have Stripe?
Type.
Type. We would want to do the same here.
Income or expense, we have to add.
Well, yeah, so we're gonna have that here as well, but then because we would want to have that same column in the table underneath.
I'm gonna do it in the code. They don't need to do
it
manually.
Huh? No, okay, for example, if we were to
source,
you
mean source?
The source is gonna be manual.
Yeah.
But you know how Stripe has the type of transaction?
What?
So it could be a lifetime subscription, it could
we
be
don't keep that one for now. So once we add it into the Stripe, we can add it here as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let's just do it right now. So I'm gonna get a form from the ShotCN, so we can have something like this. So we're gonna have a form schema, then we're gonna have reform and a function on submit, and that's gonna be a client component. Okay, so use form. Yep, result resolver and z result. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have form as well. Okay. Okay, we're gonna import the form components as well. Okay, so right now we have, just to check something, when you click it, okay, submit, we have this button here, like this one.
Nice.
So we have a footer, which will be the save changes. So instead of username, we're gonna have an amount, which should be number, and it should be required. So here, as an amount, it should be no or undefined, because it will be empty. And here we can add our custom label that we have, custom form, custom label, and we will say amount. Okay, this is gonna be amount. So we are gonna have, just to see how the input is type number, email. Is there a way I can say it's a type number? Type number. Yep. So placeholder will be 100. Let's say this is, we don't need a description, I believe. Amount like this.
Yeah, but not with the scrolling. You see the right corner where you could click up and down.
This is because it's a number. I don't need it. It's a regular from.
I mean, I guess we can keep it.
So let's just see.
Oh, currency.
CM form. Wait, yeah, currency. Oh, that's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
We have to add all
Well,
the currencies. Okay, we're
we
gonna
have to have
start.
currencies and then
So amount input field. Okay, let's see. Why it's a string? I don't want string. Oh, yeah. So we can make it input mode decimal, and this can be from type string, but actually so regex that will look like for numbers. Okay. So we'll find something better just to see how this is gonna work. Okay, required. How it knows that is required. Okay, so if I put -50, wait a second. Probably because of the input mode. We're gonna figure it out how it is input work. No. Okay, let's see. Because of the schema. Do I see something wrong? You have the control, have the name, okay, let's just make it string just to test it. Okay, let's make it with username just to see that everything is working, then we're gonna change it. Okay, let's see now. Okay. If we put this thing here, is it because of this one? Okay. So
My
now
mic was muted, I just realized.
So here is gonna be custom label. It's gonna be required, and we'll say it's username just for now. It's okay. And then here we can add amount. Okay, that's gonna be amount, and here it's gonna be amount as well. Okay, so now we have to find how .cn input currency. There should be a currency input for sure.
I mean, I don't think that will be the problem. I think the problem will be then pushing the data out to the graphs.
No, don't worry. We're gonna
Because if
exchange it before that. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was gonna that's what I was gonna ask. Like, can we exchange it and like instantly? How do you like
We have to
do you use
find
the
out.
API for it?
See, we're gonna add. So let's just see currency select.
I just close my bro.
It's just a select with all the currencies, and when something is set, let's say, oh, that's.
Oh,
Let's see, is there a Bulgarian? Yeah. Oh, and it says the money, and it gives you the value of the
beautiful.
currency. So let's say this is gonna be USD. Submit. Cool.
Oh,
So
that's very neat.
country drop down. So let's see in GitHub. Does it have a
Conversion.
currencies?
Huh?
No, this is a country. We don't need this one. We need money. So let's see this npm package, because I have to be sure that it's downloaded. What? Nah. 24 downloads. We can't guarantee that this is gonna be okay. .cn currency input. Let's just find out something else. Well, we're gonna find. Let's just find something numeric here.
I think I found a
So let's just make an input right now. We're gonna add it later. So what else we're gonna need? So amount.
in the chat I'm gonna put a API convergency. I mean a conversion.
Yeah,
Jesus. Currency conversion. I can't speak. The two.
No, we have to just pass the as like this, a course number, and that's gonna work. Cool. Course dot number. So we have a number. It's yep. So that's a number. And then we can make it from type number, and then also we can add here null as a 0 was default. So let's just see. So create transactions. Yep. So I have to change the so by default it's gonna be undefined. Okay. So amount. What else do we need? Expect of amount.
Okay. What do you have? We have amount.
We have only amount.
Type. Income or expense.
Okay, then we need to add select.
Yep.
Okay, so we need a select component, so we can add. Okay, so let's see a select. It should be in the form. So we need one more form field. That's gonna be, what did you say? Type or source? No,
Yeah.
type.
Type. Income
So
or
we have
expense.
type. In here we're gonna add. Oops. We're gonna add select. We're gonna pass the field right here. So we'll add the select, the trigger as well, value as well. The content is gonna be options, a group of options, the label, and every single item. Okay, let's just see. So type should be zenum, and we have transaction types. I'm gonna check how we can pass our So let's see, zot custom enums. So yeah, let's see how we can pass an enum. TypeScript.
I think that's it, because we're gonna add the other stuff later. And in the background, we're just gonna have to do
No, it's native
the
enum.
date created.
Okay, so we're gonna pass a native enum of transaction type. Okay, and then we can add, so let's just check now. So we're gonna have not amount, but we're gonna have type. So here it's gonna be types. In here it can be transaction types dot income and transaction types dot expense. So income and expense, that's the only two options that we need, and this is a required field as well. So we're gonna make it like full width. Full. And this is gonna be a selector type. Okay, so we have a income or expense. If we don't type anything, it should throws an error. Why is this? That's probably because of this. We have to find a way. How about that? So okay, so it's required, it's type. So what else do we need?
A currency, but
yeah, currency, we're gonna make it. Okay, so once you submit the changes, how we can do that? Just
what do you mean?
more. So it's gonna be export const insert or create transaction. So that's gonna be a transaction, and here we can have the Supabase client. Supabase, which is our client, and then we're gonna see error or Supabase dot from transactions insert, and if there is an error creating transaction. So we can throw an error, throw new error like this. Or we can return it if there is a transaction. Okay, so on the create dialog, we have to make our transaction, which is from type transaction. So here we have to pass Okay, ID we don't need. User ID, we will need it. Project ID, we will need it. Amount, it's here. Source, it's manual, right?
Yeah.
We have only Stripe for now, so we have to make it source manual. If it's there, yeah, it's okay. Okay. Create add would be nextjs .utc to ISO string. Or create that or update that added automatically. We don't need. So we can make a type which is export type. So I'm gonna show you something cool here. So this is gonna be a create transaction. So you can say, give me all of the fields, expect a couple of them. So we can use this omit. So we're gonna pass a transaction and then the fields that you don't want. So ID, we don't want to pass it created that, we don't want to pass it updated that. So on the create transaction, it's here, and then it's like this. So here you can import a create transaction, even though we don't need to pass the user ID because it's gonna get it from the session. Yeah, so I can remove it as well. User ID. Okay. So here we can say await create transaction and pass it. Come on. This on submit, which is async, and we have to add try catch, so if there is an error you can just remove it. So create transaction will be the action, and if there is an error we're gonna console it work and we'll show on a toast to our user, and finally we'll add a voter. So we're gonna add is voting, that is voting. Okay. So project ID, we can get it here, not from params, because this is a client component. So in order to get it, you can get it like this, project ID, and it will be using it. There is a function, a hook that says use params, and that gives you all the params. This is gonna be project ID, and we can just pass it a param value. But let's just see what this gives us. Console.work params. So let's see, and this we are gonna put it in the if it's loading, we are gonna show button with button voting. If it's not, we're gonna show our save changes like this. So let's just see what this gives us. Yeah, project ID is there, you can see in use params. So project ID, okay, so project ID is here. Currency will type USD for now. Okay. If there is no project ID, just return. And this is gonna be, we can add a type, project ID string. Yep. Okay. So the amount is here, type is here, income or expense. We don't need the charge ID, so everything should be here. So if you add a transaction, which is, I just do this thing. Oh, cool. This is gonna be app, main, dashboard, project ID, transactions, and action. Okay, so here yeah, so I believe if we click and if you add a $50 expense, this should create a request. Oops, something with the select is not okay. Type,
I don't think you actually select it.
yeah, but it says it's required. See,
Yes.
so the value is not, probably we don't have to pass it here but somewhere else. Let's see, maybe on this select content. Let's just check. .cn form select.
Is it in a select trigger?
Yeah, it's somewhere. Field, it's passed. Oh, you have to pass it here. Probably value, it's field value. It's not in the input. So on value change in a default value. Yeah, there is no way to pass the form, so you have to just pass the value and on change. Click on submit. So value should be field dot value, and on value change should be, let's just see, this should be field dot on change value. So because you use a form, specific form, let's just give a try. If it's not a value, probably it's a, yep, so something happened. Let's see what. Okay, so in the console log, classes or no prototypes are not supported. Okay, let's see. So on submit, there's a create transaction. This oh, we have to make this function use server. And okay, I just give a try. Oh, the type, it's here, that's why. Let's just make a type function, because you can't add types in a server component.
Add types in a server.
In
Oh,
a server
okay.
function, yeah. So we can do it like this. So here, app, main, dashboard, project, transactions, types. So let's see, we have to add it somewhere else for sure. Yep. And transaction sources. Do we need it somewhere else? Probably yes. Okay, for now no. Will I just see now? Yep. And sources. Where are sources? Here. Yep. So transaction sources. And in columns as well. And in income and expenses as well. There are tons of these types. Okay, let's see in the other files as well. Categories, nothing, columns, filters, toolbar. In cart as well. Okay, and page. Okay, I believe we're ready. Yep. So let's just refresh one more time. Yeah, this is because of this. I think we're gonna add a skeleton that is loading before the data has been
populated.
Yeah, so I'm gonna explain you this because it's important. So the server components, what's going on here on the server, it's where is the page where the data is coming from, in transactions I believe. Yeah, so in transactions this is a server component and this function takes time and that makes the page slower, and when it's ready and when it's loaded, the data is blocked here and it's load and it's slower. So we have to give this component a way to render some information while the server gets the data from the database. So in React there is a way you can say suspense and you can pass a fallback to the component, so like this, and you can pass here a diff loading, and then you can render the page. But that's the old way of how we're doing. So guys from Next.js are at a cooler way. So you can where do you need this thing? You can add a file that names is loading.tsx, and you can add just a component here. So they will render this component once until your data has been downloaded. So I'm gonna refresh it now, and you're gonna see a text loading before our data has been rendered. Let's just gonna see. Come on, it's so fast. Let's make our internet on 3G and refresh it. Okay. See the loading? Did you see that? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna add something cool here. we're gonna add skeletons. So SaaS-building skeletons. So this is a way you can add something like this. It's a really cool thing. Wow, it's loading.
Yeah.
So do you remember the SaaS-building table that we've not table, yeah, that we used, this one?
Mm-hmm.
There is a file, a skeleton for a table that we can get it from here, so we can reuse it. So here there is a skeleton, data table skeleton. So let's just copy this one and use it. So this is a data table skeleton.tsx. So we can reuse it. So I'm gonna install the skeleton component. My Mac will burn. What's going on? So we have to install the skeleton from SaaS-building as well. So that's just the component. I will check my OBS microphone clip from my AirPods, because this will be like my Mac will.
You can't really hear it.
Yeah, like no, the other guys will hear it, I'm sure, on the stream. How my Mac will be, it's like a plane. So here in our loading component, we can add something really cool. We can add, instead of this, we can add a data table skeleton.
I mean, it's not too bad, but it's not great.
Data table loading, yeah. So if you add, we can pass a row count. So let's say that's going to be 25 rows. And how many columns we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Columns count is 4. So that will make, when I run the project, that will make us come on. So listen, not listen, but watch now at the page. So that's gonna add a state like a voter. It's too fast. Let's just give it a try again. See, it's like a table. But we can add cards on the top.
Yeah.
You see that? I believe 25 rows is too much. So we can now yep. So we can also add a card like this, a skeleton card. So let's say we can just create this component here, and we can add a skeleton card.tsx, and we can reuse it. So this is the loading. So we can make a div with the data table loading. So this is gonna be a flex call, and there will be some spaces between them. So here we can add 3 cards, or even though we can get the styles with this grid. So depends on our size on the screen, we can show our cards. So let's say we can add here skeleton card. We can add 3 cards. And now if we look at our component, we're going to see 3 cards and then a table. So let's just give it a try. See, we can add more spaces. Let's say 9. So while it's loading the data, Can we render that here so we can first just style it and then we can return it like the real function. So let's say like this. Okay, so let's see. So this will be rendered every time, no throttling. So how we can make this looks better? We can make these cards can pass a class name if you want. I'm just thinking because that will be how it will be shown. Do you want to make it full screen or no? What do you think?
What do you mean?
Like this card to be up to here or no?
I mean, it's not that big of a difference. I mean, it's better full screen because that's how big they are.
Okay, so can we make this space bigger? Something like this. A table with cards. And if we can make these cards full screen, so with this, if we get this one, okay, so we can pass like with full and high full, so it can become bigger. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to make them even. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just remove this. What happened? Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna get this and we'll add it into our voting. And here we're gonna show again the cards. While our component is loading, we'll show yep. So once we refresh, it's super fast, but yeah. So once we click on create transaction, make a $50 expense, click on save, that's gonna create a transaction. So there is an error for some reason. Let's see why. It's in here, so let's just see. Okay, so I believe we can put a breakpoint here and run it with a breakpoint so we can see what's going on. Bro, it passed 10 hours of streaming.
I just thought I was about to tell you.
Oh damn. I can make we can finish this. So let's see what's going on. What is this? Files. So let's see now. Create transaction 50 expense. So the error is no value in com stripe. Oh, we made the stripe change. I didn't know. Okay, so
Oh, and it
cool.
can't be no.
So we can do something else right now. So we can go to see our migrations and see where we've created this transactions table. So it's not here. We've added it later.
Yeah.
Yep. So we can add a new migration which says remove stripe charge ID constraint and no constraint. So how we should figure it out? How to add my com to not be knowable. Super-based Postgre. Yep, we can just alter it and set it as a non-null.
Yep.
Transactions, stripe, charge ID. And if you push it, okay, it's not non-nullable. Okay. So give it a try again. Come on. Error. Why?
Error creating transaction, sharp charges, violates no constraint.
Oh, we have to remove the constraint probably somehow. Or we can just see
Make
in
a
our
new
database.
migration.
It was stripe charge ID.
Yeah.
How can I? Oh, for some reason it's not.
Is there any sharp it is in transactions.
What did I
column.
do? Just to check
Check the migration.
each transaction. I can't see what's going on somehow. Edit. It's unique. Because it's constraint. We have to remove the constraint. Oh. If you are adding a new com, there is already a constraint about that. We have to remove the constraint as well.
There's no value.
No. Drop constraint, but what's the name of the constraint? Supabase, Postgre, outercom, set no. Remove not no constraint. Let's see. Outercom, drop not no. Okay, let's give a try. Oh, I have to make a new migration. Damn. Let's see, drop. No. If we push it, it says it dropped. Let's see. Oh no.
Yeah, allow nullable.
Okay, cool. So now if we can create our expense. It's compiling. Come on. Still compiling. Probably I had to refresh. So here we can make a toast for success. Transaction created already. Oh, it passed, but I didn't close the model. How can I do that? How goes a Shadsian model programmatically? Yep. Okay. So we can make a state which shows open. Come on. So here on the dialog, there is a property open and an open change. So this on open change will work for this trigger. But if you want to close it, we can use just here set open to false. So let's create one more. Let's just see if it's here. Why I have a
It was there, but what's this?
oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I add a new one and says 10, says expense, and yep, transaction created successfully. So we have to make it now to refresh the data, to revalidate the data. We're gonna make it. But here you can see the source is manual, but I believe we can make an icon like to be
We'll get
more
one now.
cool. So let's just see. So icon for type for source. Okay, this can be a switch. So if it's stripe, red icon. No.
I think maybe we put something like settings. No. What about keyboard?
Source icon.
Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. So what did you say? A manual
I'll send you the thing. There you go. We could use this
setting.
for manual input icon.
How is the name of the icon?
Just keyboard.
Keyboard.
It's from Lucide or Lucidi.
Okay.
I don't know how you say it.
Okay. See what? I have to stop saving before I'm done. Yep. What? Okay, probably it's because of graphs. But yeah. So we have a keyboard here, the source.
Yeah.
So we can add a filter of the source as well.
Yeah.
You want?
Yeah, I think it'll be good.
Okay, so filters can be export const transaction source, good copilot. Not so good. I can keyboard icon. This can be stripe icon. So this value is transaction sources with stripe, and this value will be manual. So here,
Are you doing this in a separate button?
yeah,
Okay.
it's on a separate button.
Yeah, because I was wondering why you would do it in a different const.
Okay, so we have to include that in the toolbar. So one more, which is source, source, and here we can add transaction sources. Oh, how to pass this icon? Oh. Okay. Keyboard icon. Let's just see. Ooh, but the icon is not so cool. So let's just see why.
Oh, the keyboard.
Can you inspect it? Yeah, because the size is different. So let's just do it like this.
You can change the size. Just do. There you go.
I'm gonna want to make it the same. That's why. But let's just see size. Oh, this is a number. But I prefer to do it with a class. So it's click on manual. Good. On good. And see if I choose stripe, it's like this.
In view manual?
Okay, so now we can, so we have to, tomorrow we're gonna do that because it will be slower. So here on create dialog, we have to make a to-do, revalidate table data. So because we have to refresh it right now. Okay. So what's in sources? So these are the sources. So let's just make it like transaction sources dot manual. So now we can make, it's not a month, but to be, let's just see. Make this chart works with transaction and specifically to show my sources. Okay. Total amount. So let's see. There are some data, but I believe it's not. So source, if it's source, so what's this total? Chart data. It has to be. Okay.
I think it's the wrong parameter, or the wrong axis.
So not total, but amount.
Yeah.
And here we have to change it to not be where it is. We have to say somewhere what's the type.
Total amount, locate shrink.
Because that's not 305 for sure. Oh, it's. Why it's January, March? Oh, bro, we are looking at the wrong. This is the stacked. See, Stripe and other.
And now we need to change the visitors.
Yeah, the visitors. It's not should be visitors, but it should be amount.
Yep, and then colors. But you shouldn't even. I think maybe we have the wrong graph.
Why?
Oh no, that's total. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's total.
No, but then what we need to do is do 1057 minus 60. Well, no, it depends. It
Yes.
depends on the type of transaction it is.
A value can be. Oh, got it. We
I
have
think
saved
this
it as a
one,
number, like a. So if. Yeah. So it's in our database. It's just a number. It's not a
yeah,
negative or positive
it's
one.
not negative or positive, no. That's why we'll have to do the calculations for it. But I don't know if that's the smarter thing to do. Okay, it's actually
I'm
okay.
thinking, do we need to have a type
No,
income or expense?
I don't. No. We keep as a whole number, and what we're gonna do, we're just gonna take the type, and depending on what type it is, we're gonna minus the other. So if it's 50, or go to the thing, it's like $57, which are classified as an expense. We're just gonna minus it off the total, and that 117 we're gonna say profit.
I have to get a phone call.
Get a phone call. Go on.
Yeah. break. I'm here.
I literally had a phone call when you did. Like,
So
crazy. You're
here
still
I'm
muted, by
gonna
the way.
I'm not.
Oh no, you're fine now. Maybe you just weren't speaking.
No?
Ah, I could hear you. I could hear you, boss. Don't worry. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Right.
Okay. So let's see now. Source dot amount. So we're gonna have amount and the type.
Mm.
So that's gonna be our amount and type. So here, so if record type is transaction types, if it's expense, it's gonna be sum minus record dot amount, but if it's income, it's gonna be sum plus record dot amount. Okay. 997. So
There you
here
go.
we have to fix the
The Y and the X.
Yeah, but how can I?
How can you change the key?
Oh, I have to key dot. It's key, but I need to be. Oh, got it. So let's just use this one, current amount. So let's say that's the current amount. So if you have an amount here, we can just return it like this. So we're gonna return number. So we will get the current number. And so if the transaction type is equal to expense, that's gonna make current amount minus, yep, like this. So okay, do you understand it? And here
Yeah.
it's just gonna be vo sum plus vo, because doesn't matter. Okay, so if they yep, okay, 997, but then there is only one.
You just find the sum. I think maybe we keep it like it was before, but this const you just made, we just use it as an output.
So current amount, we're gonna be, or this the current, then the new amount, we're gonna be this one, and here it will be, how did I, what did I change? I changed, this value is minus 60. So probably that's why it didn't show. Yeah. Damn. Okay, we're gonna calculate it total different. So here we're just gonna add this one. Like this, and then this transaction dot transaction amount. So in the totals, we're just gonna do something different. So instead of this, we're gonna get all of our transactions and we'll make the calculations here. So if rec transaction dot transaction type is equal to income, that's gonna be sum plus transaction dot amount. If not, okay. So okay, total is 997. We have a stripe and other.
That's correct.
But other should be minus 60. How we can?
Why minus 60?
Because it's
It's
expensive.
negative, but wouldn't you want to see it? Well, then you can just put a minus in front of the 60.
But I can't.
Why?
That's the point. Let's just think more. Because this showed incomes and expenses as a value. This is right. But is this chart correct for our situation? I got it?
Yeah.
Probably we need something like this filter, incomes or expenses, and to show different sources. Because this can be a chart for incomes and expenses, and when you click income it will show you incomes, when you click on expense it will show you expenses. Do you get it?
Well, like just totals.
Yeah.
But then you wouldn't need a chart. You could just do in the
Why? You'd have
in the
a
card.
different types, like manual, stripe. If you add something else,
I thought we were gonna save that. Actually, we're not building it now, so we could use it for this, and then later when we add the types of stripe income, we could change it. But I guess for now we could use it as a donut one.
Okay. So that's, which one is this one? Yeah, this one. So income and expense. No, it's not the income and expense, but it's gonna be, okay, I just think more about that.
But with Stripe, you're not gonna have expenses. So this is only gonna be applicable for the incomes.
There are taxes when you make a payment. Stripe gets a tax, and that's they make a transaction as a expense.
But would it be that It would be. Yeah.
So do you get it? If you click on income,
No,
it's
I get it. I just don't know if it's
fit.
if it fits to build a whole graph for it.
Why not? How we can otherwise see the expenses from where it comes and stuff like that?
You know the cards,
Which
because we're
cards?
gonna have generic cards, the cards for the dashboard, for the project dashboard.
Yes.
They would be more generic to profit and
But that's not
incomes and expenses.
yeah, but that's not generic. It shows you the transactions.
It makes sense profit wise. You just
Do you
if
want
it
to
was
build it and see if it's gonna fit
no
when we build
what
the
I'm
dashboard?
saying is you know the Stripe expenses, they're gonna be so minimal. There's no point of representing them because you're saying the only expense you get from Stripe is gonna be when you're getting a payout.
On every single transaction.
Well, in every single transaction. But is it gonna be that much?
1.5%. Depends on the transaction.
I mean, yeah. And then what we're gonna have a select to show expenses and to show income, and then the breakdown of the
If you want,
source
we can build it and see
if it fits. Okay. Because the only thing it concerns me is like, is it really gonna help the user?
Let's just build it and then we're gonna so here we can add transaction type. So like this, we would have income and expense 0 and we have source. So this is gonna be transaction sources manual and then Stripe, right? And here we can add a transaction dot source type and then wait a second. So type is income or expenses. Types order. Here is transaction type and source. Okay. So transaction type and then source. Type. So income, expense, and then oh, okay, we will have a stripe, and then Something is not okay. Let's just see. Okay, we'll figure it out tomorrow because I'm tired. Manual. And here we can add probably it's not like this, we have to change it a little bit. So we have income and expense. Yeah, so this should be the source. So transaction type is what is transaction type? Yeah, it's income and expense. Okay. So let's see. It has to be source.
You know the if statement, line 29, and then on line 30, are you just saying what type of transaction each type could have? But there you're showing manual and Stripe.
Yeah, yes. I want to show manual and Stripe
Eh?
as a data and select between expense and income. My mind is somewhere else after 10 hours of survival.
I think that one, just change it to expense and income. Because that's what the types are. It's not. Huh?
Let's just review it and see if it is gonna fit,
Work.
and we're gonna review it. Pro, I edit again this one, not the pie chart. Yeah, this is the categories. Oh man. You know what? Probably tomorrow will be better to look at that.
Yeah, just Control Z.
Yeah.
Can you commit the code? If you
Yeah.
want to a feature branch and then
I'm gonna commit it, just to give me a second to return it to working solution.
I'll try and learn a few things tonight.
Go and
See if I
sleep
could
this
make
night.
it. Well, I'm gonna have to sleep this night because I work tomorrow.
Okay. So let's just see what we have to commit. Okay. So layout is good. Actions for the create transaction. Okay, awesome. So this is the cards. Add them. These are the 3 cards that we're gonna edit it. So the dialog, awesome. Columns are here. Filters. Loading is here. Okay, that's the components. So that's the tables. Select component, skeleton, package JSON. Okay. Oops, what is this CMDK? Probably it's for the charts. And 2 migrations. Okay. Added transactions, tables, and charts. Okay. Okay, guys. So just to cover it, that's what's from us for today. So Val, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Tomorrow we might have 2 streams. One in the morning for about 2 hours, and then at night, we don't know how long the night one could be, but we'll try to do live streams. We'll just try to finish off the transactions page, so you see the graphs that are on the screen. We try and display the data that we find appropriate and useful for the user, and then after that, I think we could get started with the dashboard.
Yeah.
For the project, for the generic one. And then if we end up doing that a bit too quickly, we could do
the invoices.
The overall. No, I was thinking we do the overall dashboard for all the projects, and then we do the specific dashboard per project. And then invoices, we could, because with that one, we can kind of just decide, are we going to try to upload invoices? But we can decide that in the coming days, maybe Sunday.
Okay.
But again,
so when will you start tomorrow?
7 UK time, or 6 if you want. I don't mind.
So when you have to leave?
I'll have to leave like 8:45 UK time.
8:45.
Yeah.
So if you
So
want from
6 UK time to 8:45, about
it
2
wouldn't be
hours.
too early for you?
No, it's fine, man. It's fine.
If you want 6:30, we can make a longer night session, but you just have to get the sleep, because last night 2 hours.
I'll get sleep. I'll fall asleep right now. I'm literally just gonna go pick up my suits and then I'm gonna be back sleeping.
If you want 6:30 to 8:45, and then late night
Look,
session.
30 minutes is not gonna be a big difference. Like, let's be honest.
Yes, but if you sleep more, then you can get longer
I'll go sleep
night
early
session.
tonight. It's all good.
Are you
No,
sure?
it's fine. I'll sleep early tonight. It's fine.
So 8 a.m. Bulgarian time.
Plenty of time. It's 6 o'clock right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So 6 a.m. UK time, guys. See the sacrifice from Val, but we will make this project live soon.
Yeah, we'll do our best to
Thank
get
you
the
so
main
much.
functionalities
It's
going.
probably
it's
11
hours.
hours almost. Oh, let's do a quick breakdown stuff. I don't know, a retrospective. to just make it happen, like make it
Yeah,
11
make
hours.
it get to 11 hours.
Yeah.
What do you think of the progress we're making so far? Do you think we're ahead of schedule, behind?
So our plan was to finish the transactions today, but I didn't expect to make the create transaction, manual or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I believe if we didn't do this create transaction, we could finish the transactions page. So we just made one more thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to take us that long to finish off tomorrow anyways. In terms of the graphs.
We have to add currencies.
Yeah, that's the complicated bit, but I found two APIs we could use. I'm actually gonna I send them in the Me's group chat, but I'm gonna pull them off and save them in my notes just in case we don't lose them. And then tomorrow we could have a look at them, see how we could integrate them.
Okay.
But yeah, 11 hours done. Tomorrow we've got a few more things to do, and then hopefully we'll be able to finish the main functionalities by next Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, brother.
All right.
See you guys, and thank you so much for your